Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. We laughed about ghosts on the way to the abandoned psych ward, but the thing that followed us home was very real, and it knew exactly where I lived. This did not happen when I was a kid, or in some tiny town everyone has heard rumors about. This was 3 years ago, in a pretty normal American suburb, on a Tuesday night, after work. I was in my early 30s, freshly divorced, driving a beat-up Honda Civic that squeaked every time I turned into my apartment complex. I had my usual route, my usual podcasts, my usual frozen dinners waiting in the freezer. The scariest thing in my life back then was my credit card bill. Then I matched with a girl named Riley. Her idea of a fun first date was not drinks, not dinner, not a movie. It was an abandoned psychiatric hospital out on Route 12, the kind of place you only see lit up in lightning flashes in horror movies. Except this one really exists. She sent me a picture of herself on the rooftop, city lights behind her, the rusted metal letters of the old hospital sign over her shoulder. I told myself it was edgy, different, something to shake me out of the boring little loop I had been living in. On the way there, we joked about ghosts, about how all those YouTubers fake their haunted hospital videos, about how the only thing we really had to worry about was raccoons and maybe a bored security guard. I remember thinking, very clearly, that the worst-case scenario was a trespassing ticket and an awkward goodbye in a Wendy's parking lot. What I did not know yet was that someone was already inside that building. Someone who was used to watching people from the dark, who knew exactly where the cul-de-sac behind the storage units was, who kept track of what cars showed up and when. Someone who would see my car that night, learn its shape, its color, and then, a few days later, would prove to me that they also knew exactly which third-floor balcony in which apartment complex belonged to me. This is not a ghost story. I wish it was. 1.1. Why I am writing this down. I know you probably get a lot of fake stories, so believe whatever you want about this one. I just need it to exist somewhere outside my head. If you decide to read it on your channel, change my name, change the town, whatever you want. I am not trying to go viral. I am just tired of being the only person who knows what happened. I am in my early 30s. I live alone on the 3rd floor of a pretty average apartment complex, the kind you find next to every Walmart in America. If you step out onto my balcony and lean on the rusty metal railing, you can see the whole parking lot spread out under those ugly orange sodium vapor lights. At night, they throw this dirty yellow color over everything, like the whole world has a nicotine stain. Bugs swarm around them in little halos. Every few seconds you hear a car lock chirp, or a cart boy pushing a line of shopping carts back toward the entrance. Inside my apartment, there are a handful of sounds I could probably identify in my sleep. The central AC hums through the wall with this low, steady vibration, like someone running a faraway vacuum cleaner 24/7. The fridge in the kitchen does that thing where it cuts on with a soft click, then whirs loud for a minute before calming down. The upstairs neighbor walks heel first, so every step is a dull thud that makes the ceiling dust tremble. Out in the hallway, the elevator dings and sighs its doors open, then shut. I know all of those sounds now. I did not use to notice them. Before that night, they were just background noise, the static of a safe life. I work in an office park near I-75. If you have ever seen one, You have seen them all. Low beige buildings, too much glass in the front, a sad little pond with a fountain that only works half the year. I answer emails, sit in meetings that should have been emails, squint at spreadsheets under fluorescent lights. At 5 or so, I walk out, cross the cracked asphalt, get into my beat-up Honda Civic, and drive the same route home past the same strip malls, the same fast food signs, the same gas stations. A year before all of this, I got divorced. I will not bore you with the details. We did not scream at each other in front of the kids or throw plates or anything dramatic like that. It was more like a long, quiet shutting down. One day I came home and realized I had been living in a house where every room felt like the waiting area of a doctor's office. Too clean, too quiet, too tense. The paperwork came after that. So when I say my life was boring, I mean it. Work, drive, microwave dinner, sit on the couch with the TV on. Sometimes I would mute it and just listen to the building. The AC hum, the fridge, the elevator, doors clicking shut down the hall. Outside in the Walmart lot, tires rolling over loose gravel, a cart slamming into the metal corral, the occasional engine rev from some kid who thought his stock Civic was a race car. It was lonely, but it felt safe, predictable. Nothing in my life was waiting around a corner. Nothing was watching me. At least that is what I thought. A few months after the divorce was finalized, my friends started bothering me about getting back out there. They said it in that half-joking, half-serious tone, like they were afraid if I did not start dating again soon, I would calcify into some kind of permanent sad uncle. One of them grabbed my phone at a bar and downloaded a dating app for me. I laughed, deleted it the next day, then quietly reinstalled it a week later when I was lying on my couch staring at the ceiling fan. If you have ever used one of those apps in your 30s, you know the drill. You swipe, you match, you talk about favorite shows and how much you hate small talk, then you never actually meet. Or you go on one drink date where both of you know within 10 minutes that this is going nowhere, and you end up talking about work because it is the only neutral topic left. I told myself I was too old for the kind of reckless stuff I used to do in my 20s. No more climbing fences, no more sneaking into places, no more driving 2 hours at midnight just because someone said there was a good view out on some back road. If I met anyone, I figured we would grab coffee somewhere safe. Maybe sit at the bar of a chain restaurant with sports on TV in case the conversation died. That was the plan, at least. Most nights when I came home, I would drop my keys in the little dish by the door, kick off my shoes, and turn on the local news. Same anchors, same stories, fender benders on the interstate, high school sports highlights, the weather guy pointing at a map showing blobs of green slowly advancing toward us. I would eat something frozen off a chipped plate, listen to the upstairs neighbor pace and think, this is my life now. This is it. The funny thing is, if you had asked me back then if I believed in ghosts or anything paranormal, I would have said no. Not really. I liked horror movies. I listened to channels like yours sometimes at night to fall asleep. But I always assumed there was a natural explanation hiding somewhere off camera. People scare themselves. They see patterns in shadows. They hear the house settle and turn it into footsteps. What I'm about to tell you is not a ghost story. I wish it was. It started like a lot of stories you probably get. A match on an app, a pretty face, a conversation that felt different enough to pay attention to. Her name was Riley. I will tell you more about her later, but you should know right now that this story is not really about her. We laughed, we flirted, we made fun of each other's music taste, the usual. She sent me a picture of herself standing on a rooftop somewhere at night. City lights behind her and a row of rusted metal letters over her shoulders spelling out part of a hospital name. She told me it was an abandoned psych ward out on Route 12, that the view from the roof was amazing, that it was her favorite place to go when she was bored. That should have been a red flag. The sensible part of me, the part that pays utility bills and worries about my credit score, felt a quiet tug in the opposite direction. But the other part, the part that remembered being 21 and climbing water towers with drunk friends just to watch the sunrise, sat up and paid attention. I am telling you all of this because it is important you understand something. I did not go looking for a nightmare. I was not hunting for demons in the woods or summoning anything in front of a mirror. I was just lonely. I was just tired of eating dinner alone while the Walmart parking lot buzzed outside my window. The night Riley asked me to meet her at the old hospital, I agreed. I can feel you rolling your eyes now. I do not blame you. Watching from the outside, it is always easy to say what you would have done differently. From inside your own life, it feels less like a choice and more like a small step you barely notice taking. If you stick with this story, you will hear a lot more about that place. You will hear about the stairwells and the rooms and the sounds that crawl under your skin even when you are back home in your own bed. You will hear about the way the building seems to keep its own kind of memory. But I want to be clear right from the start. The story is not really about Riley. It is about the building she took me to, and about whoever has been watching me ever since that night. 1.2, the match with Riley. I do not remember every face I swiped past on that app, but I remember hers. Most of them blur together after a while. The same bathroom mirror angles, the same car selfies with seat belts cutting across torsos, the same group shots where you have to guess who the actual profile belongs to. But Riley stood out because she did not look like she was trying very hard. Her first picture was almost too normal. She was wearing a faded maroon high school hoodie with the name of a town I recognized. Hair pulled back, no heavy makeup. She was sitting on the steps of what looked like an old brick building, holding a to-go cup and squinting at the camera like the sun was in her eyes. There was something familiar about it, like you could have passed her leaving a Target on a Sunday and never given it much thought. The second picture was a gym selfie, but not the kind that screams, "Look at my abs." It was taken in the locker room mirror. She had earbuds in, hair in a messy bun, cheeks a little flushed. There was a tattoo sleeve running down her left arm, black and gray line work that disappeared under the edge of her tank top. I could not make out the details, but I caught glimpses of birds, maybe flowers, something that looked like a clock face. The third picture was the one that hooked me. Riley was standing on a rooftop at night, leaning against a low concrete wall. Behind her, the city spread out in a scatter of streetlights and parking lot lamps, a handful of taller buildings glowing soft yellow and white. To her right, rising out of the dark like something half-buried, were big metal letters bolted to a framework. Some of them were missing. The ones that remained spelled out Oak Ridge Medical in tall, rusted caps. One of the letters hung at a crooked angle, like it had been kicked or pulled years ago and never fixed. Above that, in the far distance, a red light on top of a cell tower blinked on, off, a steady heartbeat against the black sky. Her bio was short. Tattoos, dead malls, abandoned places, bad coffee. That was it. No quotes, no list of demands, no must be over 6 feet or do not be a weirdo disclaimers. Just that. My phone was on the coffee table when her profile popped up. The TV was on in the background. some forgettable crime show rerun washing the room in alternating blue and white light. The AC hummed steadily through the vent. Down in the Walmart lot, I heard a cart slam into its metal corral and roll a few inches back. I almost swiped left on reflex, just because that is what you do when your thumb gets into a rhythm. But I stopped and went back to the rooftop picture. I zoomed in until her face went a little bit pixelated. She was half smiling, like whoever took the photo had said something funny just before hitting the button. There was no fear in it, no drama, just someone comfortable standing on top of a building, with a dead hospital sign behind her like a crown. Abandoned places, I thought. At that moment, it sounded more interesting than dangerous. I swiped right. A second later, my phone buzzed on the table, making the wood rattle slightly. It's a match. Normally, matches would sit there for days. We would trade 2 or 3 messages about jobs and hobbies, and then let the conversation die. I had gotten used to that slow fade into nothing, but within a minute, a new message bubble slid in under her name. Do you like weird places? No, hey, no, how are you? Just that. I stared at it for a second, then typed back. Depends how weird. Clown motel weird or just like 24-hour Walmart weird? The typing dots appeared almost immediately. Old hospitals, dead malls, stuff like that. The rooftop pic on my profile? That's an abandoned psych place off Route 12, Oak Ridge Psychiatric. I read the message twice. The TV murmured something about a trial, a prosecutor walking up courthouse steps. The fridge clicked on behind me, adding its low whir to the room. I had heard the name before. Oak Ridge. Not in any official way. Not like on a sign I passed every day, but from the kind of late-night conversations teenagers have around bonfires. Back in high school, there were always stories about an old mental hospital out near the rock quarry, a place kids went to drink and scare each other. I had never gone. I always told myself it was because I did not want to get arrested for trespassing. If I am honest, it was also because those places creeped me out more than I liked to admit. I asked her, that the same Oak Ridge people used to talk about? The one near the quarry? Again, the reply came fast. Yeah, same one. They shut it down in the late 90s. Rumors about patient suicides, staff doing messed up things, lawsuits. Town kind of pretends it's not there now, but it's easy to get into if you know where to go. I pictured it the way she described it in our messages. A blocky 5-story building sitting just off Route 12, 20 minutes outside town. Windows busted out on the upper floors, plywood nailed over the lower ones. A chain-link fence half fallen in around the perimeter. A rock quarry yawning dark behind it, where you could hear frogs and crickets at night. I typed, and you just go up there like it's nothing? LOL, not by myself usually. But yeah, the rooftop is nice. You can see the whole highway. No one bothers you. It's kind of peaceful. Plus, it's fun to freak out guys who say they're down for whatever on here. I glanced at her bio again. Abandoned places. The TV hummed on. Some canned studio audience laughter bled into my awareness, and then washed away. Outside, a car alarm chirped once, then twice, then went silent. I felt that tiny tug of war start inside my chest. The sensible part of me did the math. Abandoned psychiatric hospital plus rock quarry plus someone I had literally never met in person. That equation does not end in anything wise. I could already hear my coworker's voice in my head, joking over break room coffee. Sounds like you were about to be a Dateline episode, man. But there was another part of me, the one that had been staring at the same beige office walls and the same Walmart parking lot night after night, that leaned in closer. People go urbexing all the time. There are entire channels dedicated to it. Guys with GoPros sneaking into dead malls and collapsed factories, stepping over raccoon poop and broken glass, and then going home to millions of views. It is just urban exploring, I told myself. People do this all the time on YouTube. And Riley did not sound unhinged. She joked. She used punctuation. She did not send me 30 selfies in a row or launch into a monologue about astrology. She asked what kind of music I liked, made fun of my answer, and sent me a playlist that swung from old punk to sad girl pop without explanation. At some point in the back and forth, my phone vibrated again, longer this time. She had sent an image. It was the rooftop picture from her profile, but uncropped and higher resolution. I could see more of the scene now. The concrete at her feet was cracked, with weeds pushing up along the edges. The metal letters behind her were rusted, almost orange, each one bolted to a crossbar, some missing completely, so that Oak Ridge Medical Center was broken into jagged syllables. Far behind her, past the hospital grounds, the line of Route 12 curved like a glowing ribbon, a few sets of headlights sliding along it. The red light on the antenna in the distance blinked steadily. On, off, on, off. Under the photo, she wrote, "This was last month, sunset late that night. You can really see everything from up there." I sat there with the phone in my hand, the TV murmuring nonsense words, the low hum of the apartment wrapping around me like a blanket that had suddenly grown a little too tight. "Looks creepy as hell," I typed. "Good," she answered. "Creepy is better than boring." The wood of the coffee table vibrated again as I set my phone down, the notification rattling against the grain. I watched it buzz in a small circle, then catch, then settle. The screen lit my living room ceiling in a faint rectangle of white. Somewhere beneath all the ordinary sounds, the AC, the fridge, the distant cart return in the parking lot, another noise slipped in. It was not something I actually heard that night. It was something I only recognize now, replaying it from this distance. It was the sound of me deciding, very quietly, that I was going to say yes. 1.3. The invite I should have said no to the invite itself came on a Sunday, in the middle of one of those late afternoons where the sky goes gray, but never quite commits to raining. I remember because the light in my living room was that flat, colorless kind that makes everything look slightly wrong, like a cheap filter. I was on the couch, TV on but muted, half reading the same paragraph of an article on my phone without really taking any of it in. The AC kicked on with a low rumble through the wall. Somewhere outside, a kid yelled once, then twice, and then a car door slammed. My phone buzzed in my hand. "Riley, so listen, if you are actually serious about not being boring," I smirked a little, thumb hovering over the screen. "Me. Dangerous way to start a sentence." The dots appeared, stopped, appeared again. "Riley, meet me at Oak Ridge tonight." I stared at those words longer than I should have. It felt like a dare written in 6 letters. Me. Like, actually go inside? Riley. "Yeah, I thought you wanted different." My heart did that weird double beat, half excitement and half something else darker. I could almost hear my mother's voice in the back of my skull. That tired line every parent has. "If your friends jumped off a bridge, would you do it too?" I typed, "What time?" 9 p.m., she replied. Like fully dark, easier to see the lights from the roof. 9 o'clock. Late enough that the office park would be dead. Walmart would be starting to empty out. Families would be home in front of their TVs. Late enough that if something went wrong, nobody would be casually driving past to notice. "Okay," I wrote. "Just drive up and park in front." Her answer came fast. No. Do not park at the hospital. You'll get cops called on you. Park on the dead-end road behind the storage units. I will drop you a pin. I watched the little blue location bubble pop up over my chat thread, hovering over a patch of street I did not recognize by name but could place by area. A cul-de-sac behind a row of storage units, just off Route 12. A little ways before the turnoff that led to the quarry and the hospital grounds. Is that not sketchy as hell? I asked. Sketchy is half the fun, she sent back. Then, after a beat, relax. People do this all the time. You just do not want the one cop who patrols out there to see your car right up front. If it is behind the storage place, he won't care. The fact that she had a whole system for avoiding the one cop out there should have been my second red flag. I decided to push a little on the safety thing, mostly so I could tell myself I had. So is there like actual security? I asked. Cameras, motion lights, homeless people who stab you for standing on their turf? She responded with a laughing emoji first, then, there is supposedly one part-time guy the township hired. I have never seen him actually come inside. Maybe he just sits in his truck out on the road and plays Candy Crush. IDK. There are old cameras on the corners, but I am pretty sure they are dead. No lights except the exit signs. And yeah, sometimes there are squatters, but they usually stick to the same floors and do not like people any more than you like them. I read that last line a couple of times. Usually, same floors. On top of the fridge, cycling on and off, on top of the AC, I could hear my own pulse behind my ears. Riley, you'll be with me. I know the safe routes. We will go up, take a look, and leave. Easy. I sat there, phone in my hand, and realized I was balancing my life on something as stupid as not wanting to sound like a coward to a girl I had never met. If I told her no, I could already hear the imaginary reply, "Oh, okay. I thought you said you were down for weird stuff, but NVM." If I said yes, I could keep pretending I was still the kind of person who did things like this. Still fun. Not too old, not too soft, not completely swallowed by spreadsheets and frozen dinners. I wish I could say I made a rational pros and cons list and then took the safest route. What I actually did was stare at the blinking cursor and type, "All right, 9 p.m., send me the pin." When I hit send, my phone vibrated against my fingers. Out in the hallway, the elevator dinged, doors sighing open, then closed. Somewhere below, a car horn chirped twice. I did not stand up right away. There was a feeling, almost physical, of something sliding into place. You know that sensation when you hear a heavy door lock behind you, even if you were the one who pulled it shut? That soft clunk that means things are going to be harder to reverse now. It felt a little like that, except I was sitting in my living room. Eventually, I got up. If I was going to play Urban Explorer for a night, I at least wanted to look like I knew what I was doing. I dug out an old pair of jeans from the back of my closet, the ones that already had a rip forming at the knee, so I would not feel too bad if I tore them on a window frame or a piece of metal. I pulled on a black hoodie with a faded band logo, something thick enough to blunt the chill out near the quarry. I hesitated over shoes for a moment, then picked the battered sneakers I used to mow the lawn back when I had one. They already knew dirt. In the apartment next door, a dryer rattled to life, the drum clanking as if someone had thrown a handful of quarters in with the clothes. The sound traveled through the thin walls and mixed with the steady hum of my AC. In the kitchen, the ice maker in the freezer suddenly cracked a sheet of cubes, dropping them into the plastic tray with a hollow clack. I flinched, then laughed at myself under my breath. I grabbed my phone off the coffee table and checked the battery, 62%. I opened the flashlight app. flicked it on and off a couple of times. The LED glare lit up my fingers in hard white, then vanished. "Plenty," I said out loud, just to hear a human voice in the room. On impulse, before I put the phone in my pocket, I opened my browser and typed Oak Ridge Psychiatric Center Route 12 into the search bar. A little spinning circle, then a map popped up with a pin sitting in a gray-green patch of nothing outside of town. I zoomed in until the hospital building resolved into a vague rectangular shape, and the access road gave way to the familiar red line of Route 12. There were no official listings, no website anymore, just a generic closed label. But below the map, there was a section for reviews. Most places I go these days have 5 stars and paragraphs about friendly staff and good service. Oak Ridge had no stars, just a small, faded note. No public business information. This place is closed. Under that, there were a few scattered comments, most of them years old. The first one was from 6 years ago, from a profile with no picture. Went out here with some friends to check it out. Saw someone watching us from the 4th floor window. Thought it was security. Realized there is no security. I felt the small hairs on my arms lift. I scrolled down. Another review had been flagged and hidden. All that showed was the beginning of the text, a preview line with a gray warning over it. "If you park behind the storage units, he can see your car." The rest was cut off. A note beneath it read, "This review is no longer available. It may have been removed for violating our content policy." I stared at that half sentence longer than I care to admit. My first instinct was to scoff. Internet tough guys, ghost hunters, bored teenagers. People love to leave creepy stories in places like that, just to spook whoever comes after them. It was almost a tradition. He, though, not they, not someone. He. I backed out of the app, thumb hovering over Riley's last message on the chat screen. "Park on the dead-end road behind the storage units." For a second, I thought about typing, "Actually, let's just grab coffee somewhere instead." It would have been so easy. 4 or 5 words, and I would have gone back to my couch, my microwave dinner, my safe little orbit. Instead, I locked my phone and slid it into the pocket of my hoodie. "It is just urban exploring," I told myself again, this time out loud in the empty apartment. People do this all the time. The AC hummed, the fridge clicked, the dryer next door rattled. I turned off the TV, grabbed my keys from the dish by the door, and stepped out into the hallway. The door swung shut behind me with a soft latch. It sounded just for a heartbeat like something heavier closing somewhere far away. 2, 1. Route 12. At night. By the time I pulled out of the apartment complex, the sky had faded from dull gray to full dark. The lights in the parking lot flicked on in sections, humming to life one row at a time like the place was exhaling. I watched the orange glow slide across the hood of my Civic as I rolled past the last speed bump and out onto the main road. For a minute or two, it almost felt like any other weeknight drive. I passed the Walmart entrance, a couple of cars easing out with trunks full of groceries. The automatic doors slid open and shut, spilling white light and the faint echo of some pop song into the night. I turned onto the road that would eventually feed me out toward Route 12. The first stretch was just the same strip of town I had seen 1,000 times, the kind of American roadside that repeats itself in every state like a glitch. A Dollar Tree with one flickering green letter, a Subway squatting in the corner of a small plaza, a vape shop with neon signs of clouds and fake smoke in the window, a nail salon with posters of hands and feet taped crookedly to the glass. The Shell station sat on the corner of the last big intersection, its canopy lights bright and harsh over the pumps. A guy in a reflective vest was emptying the outside trash can, the plastic lid clattering louder than it needed to against the metal. A woman in scrubs leaned on the hood of her car, scrolling her phone with one hand and sipping from a styrofoam cup with the other. I hit the light as it turned yellow and slid through on the edge of red. The Civic's engine made that familiar little ticking sound it always did when I asked it to hurry. Inside the car, the world narrowed to the soft hum of the heater fan and the low growl of the engine. The dash lights glowed a tired green. I had the radio on low, a classic rock station playing something old enough that the DJ felt the need to name it at the end of the song. I was not really listening. The music was just a buffer, so I did not have to hear myself think too clearly. Moisture had started to bead on the windshield, the kind of fine mist that did not quite qualify as rain. I clicked the wipers on intermittent. They dragged across the glass with a rubbery shuff, leaving temporary clear arcs before the tiny droplets crept back in. Once I got past the Shell and the last cluster of fast food signs, the streetlights started to space out. The buildings thinned. On my right, the neat rows of houses gave way to patches of woods and open fields, darker than the sky behind them. On my left, beyond a low guardrail, was just blackness, the drop toward where the quarry sat, a wide hollow full of cold water and broken rock. I could not see it from the road, but I remembered how it looked in the daytime. Pale stone walls, green-black water collecting at the bottom like an eye that never blinked. I had driven this way before during the day to get to a flea market farther out, but I had never done it at night. And never with the knowledge that I was heading toward the one place parents in town always quietly hoped their kids would not go. The further I went, the more the town fell away behind me. The last big lit-up billboard, a smiling lawyer offering injured, call us 24/7 with a massive phone number, slid out of my rearview mirror. A smaller sign followed advertising some accident hotline, the kind where the phone number rhymed with hurt. Then there was the Jesus Saves sign. You probably have one somewhere near you too. Big white letters on a dark blue background, bolted to poles at the edge of a field. Someone had strung a floodlight under it that only half worked, so the Saves part glowed bright while Jesus flickered in and out. I passed it, and for a weird second, the word Saves hung in my peripheral vision longer than it should have. Every few minutes, a semi would barrel past in the opposite lane, headlights glaring white in my face before whipping by with a deep whoomph of air that nudged my little Civic sideways just enough to notice. The sound filled the cabin, rattling the loose change in the cup holder. Then it was gone, and the dark filled back in. The heater fan thrummed at a steady low setting, pushing lukewarm air around my legs. The steering wheel vibrated just enough to remind me how old the car was. My hands were a little sweaty on the leather, but I told myself it was just the heat. With nothing else to look at, my brain went digging in old files. I remembered sitting at a high school lunch table while one of the louder guys in our grade held court about a ghost scream his cousin swore he heard out by Oak Ridge one summer. He said it was like a woman screaming inside a metal box, the guy had said, laughing as he pantomimed holding a flashlight. Like echoing. But when they went inside, there was no one there, just old beds and graffiti, and they could hear someone walking on the floor above them. But when they went up there, the footsteps moved to the floor above that. Someone else chimed in about how their older brother's friend had been caught trespassing there and dragged out by cops. Another kid claimed his uncle did maintenance work at the hospital in the 80s, and that there was a whole wing they never used because bad things happened there. At the time, it all sounded like typical teenage urban legend stuff. Stories used as currency to buy a few minutes of being interesting. Now, with the road stretching ahead in a black ribbon and the trees closing in on either side, those dumb stories started to feel heavier. My wipers squeaked across the glass again. Shuff, shuff. Up ahead, the glow of town had fully disappeared behind me. The only light now came from my own headlights and the occasional distant farmhouse porch lamp somewhere far off the road. The streetlights along this stretch were tall and widely spaced, throwing down lonely cones of pale orange that did more to carve the darkness into segments than actually banish it. The woods to my right felt closer than I knew they actually were, like they had leaned in a little while I was not watching. The quarry on my left was still invisible, but I could sense the emptiness there. The way a body notices an open staircase in the dark even before you trip on it. My phone buzzed in the cup holder, the vibration making the coins jump and clink. I glanced down just long enough at a red light to see Riley's name and a preview line. Just park behind the storage units. I am already here. The light turned green. I rolled through the intersection that marked the outskirts of town and back onto the open stretch. I read that message properly when I hit the next lonely streetlight and there were no other cars around. One hand on the wheel, I fumbled the phone up into my line of sight. I am already here. There was something about that line that grabbed at the back of my mind. It took me a second to parse why. I checked the clock on the dash. 8:42 p.m. I was still a good 15-20 minutes out, depending on how fast I took the curves. The sun had been gone long enough for full night to settle. Riley was already there. I was driving into the dark, toward an abandoned psychiatric hospital, and the girl I had known for all of 3 days was out there alone, somewhere between the trees and the quarry and the hollow shell of the building, waiting for me. Or at least, that was what she said. For a moment, a very small but very clear voice in my head said, "Turn around. Text her that something came up. Go home." I pictured pulling back into the apartment lot, the sodium lights washing over me, heating up leftovers, letting the blue light of the TV fill the room while the fridge hummed. Waking up tomorrow and going to work, alive and slightly embarrassed but intact. Instead, I turned the radio up a little to drown that voice out. Some old country rock song about leaving town and never looking back filled the car, the singer's drawl sliding over slide guitar. I looked up at the next green highway sign. White letters flashed into view and then out again. Route 12, East, Oak Ridge, RD, 1 mile. I tightened my grip on the steering wheel and kept driving. 2.2. The cul-de-sac and the storage units. The turnoff for the storage place did not look like much in the dark. Just a narrow lane branching off Route 12, marked by a small reflective sign with the street name in peeling white letters. I flicked on my blinker, even though there was no one behind me to see it, and eased the Civic onto the side road. Almost immediately, the world shrank. The shoulder pulled in tight. The trees edged closer, their branches knitting together overhead. The glow from Route 12 dropped away behind me, replaced by a thinner, weaker kind of darkness. My headlights swept over a ditch, a row of scrubby bushes, and then the asphalt opened up into a cul-de-sac. It was not the tidy kind you see in new subdivisions. The pavement here was old, spider-webbed with cracks where tufts of grass and weeds had forced their way through. The circle at the end was more of an uneven oval, the paint of any former turning lines long gone. A no-outlet sign leaned slightly to one side at the entrance. its metal pole bent as if someone had clipped it with a bumper years ago. The reflective strip under the letters caught my headlights and glowed back a sickly white for a second, before fading as I passed. On one side of the cul-de-sac, stretching away into the dark, was a long row of storage units. They were arranged like a low metal wall. Each door a corrugated steel roll-up painted a shade of green that might have been bright once, but now looked more like swamp water. A few of the units had graffiti sprayed across them. Names, crude drawings, looping tags I did not recognize. One door had a faded, smiley face that someone had given sharp, fang-like teeth in thick black paint. There was one streetlight in the whole cul-de-sac, planted off-center like an afterthought. Its glass cover was yellowed and full of dead bugs, but it still worked, humming faintly as it poured cone of dull, amber light down onto the broken asphalt. When I pulled in and cut the wheel, the light threw the Civic's shadow long and thin across the ground, warping it as I straightened out. My car looked even smaller that way, stretched under that lone street lamp like it was being examined. Farther down, beyond the reach of that light, I could see the weak, bluish glow of a public storage sign on the front building, the letters half hidden behind the row of units. The sign buzzed with that cheap neon flicker, one tube stuttering out every few seconds and then flaring back to life. I saw Riley before I fully registered her car. She was leaning against the front fender of a silver Subaru Outback, hands shoved into the kangaroo pocket of a gray hoodie. The hood was up, shadowing her hair, but I could tell it was her from the posture alone. One knee bent, sneaker sole pressed against the bumper, head turned slightly like she had been watching the road I had just turned off. I pulled up a few spots away from her, not close enough to crowd, but not so far that it looked like I was planning my escape route. The Civic's headlights swept across her for a second. She lifted one hand to shade her face, grinning. Then I killed the lights. For a moment, we just sat there like that, my engine ticking quietly as it cooled, her leaning on the Subaru, the streetlight hanging over us like an old, tired moon. I cut the ignition. The car sighed into silence. Through the windshield, I saw her push off the Subaru and walk toward me. The gravel and little bits of broken asphalt crunched under her shoes. I grabbed my phone and keys, shoved them into my hoodie pocket, and climbed out into the night air. It was colder out here than it had felt in town, with a damp edge that hinted at the quarry's unseen water. "Hey," she said, up close now. Her face was lit from the side by the streetlight, one half in gold and the other mostly in shadow. "Hey," I echoed, suddenly aware of how absurdly normal the greeting sounded, given where we were. If there was going to be awkwardness, it did not last long. Riley had the kind of personality that pushed straight through those first few seconds. She nodded toward my car. "So you actually came," she said. "Most guys bail when they hear the word psych." I shrugged, trying to look more casual than I felt. "Well, you said you'd be here. Didn't want you to drink with ghosts alone." She laughed, a real laugh that bounced lightly off the metal doors of the storage units and came back a little softer. We made the usual small talk for a minute or two, but out here where the night pressed in on all sides, even that felt different. She told me she worked part-time at a coffee shop near downtown and picked up shifts at a tattoo shop's front desk when they needed an extra pair of hands. "Lots of tips, lots of weird people," she said. "Perfect combination." She mentioned the gym when I commented on her tattoo sleeve like, "Yeah, I am there way too much. Endorphins are cheaper than therapy." Then, almost offhand, she added, "Most of the friends I had from high school either moved away or, just kind of disappeared." "Disappeared?" I repeated before I could stop myself. She gave a small, non-committal shrug. Not like literally vanished, mostly just fell off the map, stopped answering texts, ended up in other towns, other states, rehab, jail, whatever. You stay here long enough, you realize this place eats people in slow ways. There was something about the way she said it, matter of fact, not dramatic, that made it stick. Somewhere in the dark, behind the row of units, a dog barked. 2 short, sharp sounds, then nothing. The noise reminded me there were still regular houses near here, lives happening just out of sight. Someone's TV, someone's late dinner, someone's kid refusing to go to bed. Closer by, to our left, a metal roll-up door rattled against its frame with a hollow clang. The sound bounced down the row. I turned my head toward it, scanning for movement, but saw nothing. No figure, no car headlights, no glow from a flashlight. Just the echo fading. Wind, Riley said, like she had to name it out loud before my brain decided on something worse. These doors are crap. Every time it blows the right way, they jump. The air was barely moving, but I let her explanation settle there anyway. She glanced at my still dark Civic, then back at me. "Kill your lights if you did not already?" she asked. "And when you lock it, do it by hand. Do not use the button." "Why?" I asked, even as I was reaching inside to double-check the switch and grab the manual lock. "Sound carries out here," she said. "The lot echoes. If you hit the beep-beep, it bounces off everything for half a mile. Last thing we need is some bored cop wondering why the storage units are chirping at 9 at night." I imagined the little electronic chirp bouncing off the metal doors and skipping across the fields, a tiny sound with far-reaching consequences. It felt strange, suddenly, how much noise we make without thinking. Car locks, ringtones, voices, how far any of it might travel when the rest of the world is quiet. I pushed the lock down with my thumb. The door clicked with a soft, final sound. No chirp, no flash of parking lights. Just the two of us and the hum of the lone street lamp. "Ready?" Riley asked. I looked past her, toward the far edge of the cul-de-sac. Beyond the reach of the light, the asphalt gave way to scrubby grass and an uneven expanse of field. Past that, barely visible as a darker mass against the night, was the outline of Oak Ridge itself. Even from here, the building seemed to absorb what little light there was, a block of blacker black on the horizon. "Sure," I said, though part of me wanted to say anything else. We started walking toward the field, our footsteps loud on the cracked asphalt at first, then muffled as we hit the fringe of grass. The night wrapped around us more fully with every step away from the lamppost's circle. Something made me glance back. Maybe it was habit. Maybe it was the small animal part of my brain that does not like leaving anything behind in the dark. I turned my head enough to look over my shoulder toward the cul-de-sac. The streetlight cast my Civic in that same dirty gold. The windows black. The paint a dull, flat color I could not quite name in this light. The row of storage units sat behind it like silent teeth. My eyes slid past them, up and over the low tree line, to where Oak Ridge sat farther out. I could not see the whole building from this angle, just the upper floors rising above the broken silhouette of the woods. It was mostly a shape, edges lost against the sky. But as I stared, I saw a pinprick of brightness, just for a heartbeat, on one of the higher corners. A tiny, sharp glint, like the eye of a cat catching a distant porch light. It could have been anything. A shard of unbroken glass, a bit of metal frame, some forgotten piece of equipment reflecting the glow from the street lamp behind me. The rational explanations lined up quickly, eager to be chosen. Still, The way it winked on and then vanished made it feel deliberate, as if some single square of old glass up there had turned itself just enough to catch the lamp's light in the cul-de-sac and toss it back at me. From where I stood, it looked exactly like a small, watching eye, set in the side of the dark mass of the building, aimed straight at the dead-end road behind the storage units, at the one lonely streetlight, at the little silver Subaru, at my aging Civic. "Come on," Riley said softly, not looking back. "We have to cross before your eyes adjust, or you will trip on everything." I tore my gaze away and followed her into the field. The grass brushed against my jeans, wet at the tips. The streetlight's hum faded behind us. Ahead, the dark bulk of Oak Ridge waited, its high windows invisible now, but somehow harder to ignore. 2.3. Crossing the field, the grass hit my shins almost immediately. It was higher than it had looked from the cul-de-sac, thick and wild, the kind that grabs at your ankles. The ground underneath was soft, the recent damp seeping all the way through the soles of my sneakers with the first few steps. By the time we were 20 feet away from the streetlight, my jeans were already wet halfway up my calves. Behind us, the yellow cone of light from the lamp thinned and then broke, swallowed piece by piece as we walked away from it. The world narrowed to the sound of our footsteps and the whisper of grass brushing against fabric. My eyes strained at the dark ahead, where the bulk of Oak Ridge sat like a wall against the sky. From farther back on the road, the building had been just a darker shape against the night. Out here in the field, as we drew closer, it got clearer and worse. The first thing I could make out was the outline. Oak Ridge was not one tower, but a long, squat structure with a central block and two shorter wings jutting out to either side, making a rough U-shape. 5 stories of it, each one lined with windows that should have been reflecting starlight or distant highway glows, but mostly just gaped back as empty black rectangles. As my eyes adjusted, the details sharpened. Almost all of the glass in those windows was either missing or broken. Shards still clung to the frames in places, jagged teeth catching the faintest suggestions of light. Where whole panes were gone, there was just darkness behind them, deeper than the night outside, like looking into the open mouth of something lying on its back. Somewhere near the center of the facade, higher up, I could just make out the old sign. The letters had once spelled out Oak Ridge Psychiatric Center, but time and vandalism had taken their share. A few metal characters were missing entirely, the bolts where they had been torn away, leaving pale scars on the concrete. Others hung at odd angles, only half attached. In the patchy light, only Ridge stood out clearly, the letters catching just enough glow from some far-off source to be legible. It struck me as cruelly appropriate. A ridge, something you climb, something you could fall from. We reached the edge of the field, where the grass thinned and the ground gave way to the remains of the parking lot. The asphalt here was worse than in the cul-de-sac, cracked and cratered, with wide gaps filled by pools of standing water. Tall weeds had forced their way up through the fractures in big clumps, reclaiming the paint-faded parking lines. It was huge, easily big enough to have held 100 cars at one time. Now it held nothing. No vehicles, no trash cans, no security booth, just emptiness. There were bases for half a dozen parking lot lights, but most of the heads had been removed, leaving only metal poles rising up like stripped trees. The ones that still had fixtures attached were dark, the glass fogged over, dead insects pressed against the insides like fossils. Every step I took felt loud. The crunch of gravel under my shoes seemed to echo, too sharp in the open space. I found myself trying to place my feet more carefully. as if there was someone asleep nearby I did not want to wake. Riley moved with the ease of someone who had done this a few times. She picked a path between potholes and weeds without slowing down, her hood still up, hands back in her pockets. Her breath came out in faint white puffs in the cold air. "We will not use the main entrance," she said over her shoulder, voice low but calm. "Too exposed. Basement access is over there." She nodded toward the right wing of the building, where the wall was slightly recessed. I followed her gaze. In the shadow of that corner, tucked partly behind a collapsed section of chain-link fence, was a concrete bulkhead. It jutted out from the side of the building like a bunker, two angled walls meeting at a short landing, with a metal door set between them at the top of a short flight of stairs. Even from here, I could see that the door was not fully closed. It hung slightly ajar, leaving a narrow slice of blackness visible along its edge. The paint on it had once been a bright safety red, but was now faded to a dull brownish rust color in patches where the metal had started to bleed through. Riley led the way across the broken asphalt, crunching glass and loose stones underfoot. The closer we got, the more the building loomed above us, until I had to tilt my head back to look up at the 5th floor. The windows there seemed impossibly high, like the eyes of a giant lying on its side, staring up at the sky and not liking what it saw. When we reached the base of the bulkhead, the smell hit me. It was a blend of cold concrete, old mildew, and something faintly chemical, like the ghost of cleaning products that had not been used in years. The air was noticeably cooler, as if we had stepped into the shadow of something much bigger than a building. Riley put one foot on the first cement step, testing it, then climbed. The concrete was slick in spots, darkened by damp. I followed, one hand automatically reaching out to touch the metal handrail bolted to the side wall. It was cold and slightly tacky with rust. We were only halfway up when the first jump happened. Something exploded out of the gap between the door and the frame with a hiss and a flash of movement. For a split second, all I registered was fur and eyes and a sound like a scream shrunk down to animal size. My body reacted before my brain caught up. I lurched backward, my foot slipping on the wet concrete. My hand tightened on the railing, and my shoulder jolted hard against the bulkhead wall. Pain shot down my arm as my elbow clipped the metal, sending a bright, hot spark all the way into my fingers. By the time I caught myself and looked up, the shape had already darted past my legs and gone scrabbling down the stairs, claws skittering on stone. A cat, or maybe a possum, it was too fast to tell, hit the broken asphalt below and disappeared into the weeds with a final rustling shudder. My heart was hammering against my ribs, loud enough that for a second I could hear it in my ears more clearly than the wind. Behind me, Riley laughed. It was not cruel. It was that sharp, startled laugh people let out when they have been scared themselves and are grateful someone else reacted worse. "You are going to love the inside if that scared you," she said, a grin ghosting across her face in the dim light. "Thought it was a person," I muttered, trying to tamp down the adrenaline as I rubbed my smarting elbow. My voice came out a little thinner than I wanted. "Yeah, that's what you always think out here," she replied, "until it isn't." Her words hung there for a second, heavier than the joke they were framed as. Above us, high along the front of the building, the wind picked up. It moved through the holes where windows used to be, rattling the shards that still clung to the frames. A thin, irregular tick-tick-tick sounded from somewhere up there, like fingernails tapping against a jar. Underneath that, if I listened carefully, I could hear the distant hum of the highway. Route 12 carried on without us, engines droning in the background like far-off bees. The sound felt oddly separate, like it belonged to a different world entirely. The one with gas stations and drive-thrus and people going home to couches and microwaves. Here, at the base of Oak Ridge, those familiar noises were already being filtered out. We climbed the last few steps. The closer we got to the door, the more everything else seemed to muffle. The cold air thickened. The field behind us, the cul-de-sac, the storage units, the sleepy houses with their barking dogs, all of it might as well have been pushed a mile away. By the time we were standing on the small landing in front of the metal door, the outside world had been reduced to a faint, distant murmur. The wind's voice was quieter. The highway hum was barely there, a thin thread of sound that could have been my own blood rushing in my ears. Riley reached out and wrapped her fingers around the handle. It was a simple, industrial bar, streaked with rust where rain had run down and left trails. She gave it a testing tug. The door shifted a fraction of an inch, complaining in a low, metallic groan. "You ready?" she asked without looking at me. "No," I said honestly, "but go ahead anyway." She smiled at that, just a small quirk at the corner of her mouth, and then she pulled. The hinges answered with a long, drawn-out screech, a sound that seemed far too loud for the amount of force she was using. It started low and metallic, and then climbed into a higher pitch, crawling up my spine, scraping along my teeth from the inside. The noise rolled out of the doorway and into the night, echoing off the concrete bulkhead and the empty parking lot, before being swallowed by the open dark. Beyond the widening gap of the door, there was nothing but a thick, unbroken slab of blackness. As the metal finally gave way and the door swung open fully, the last of the outside sounds seemed to hesitate at the threshold, then step back, leaving us to whatever waited on the other side. 3.1. The basement and the smell. The darkness on the other side of that door did not feel like regular dark. Regular dark still has shape to it. Vague outlines, gradients, hints of distance. This was thicker, more solid, like the air itself had congealed into something that could press up against your face. Riley stepped through first, her phone screen flaring to life in her hand as she slid the flashlight up to full. The LED cut a harsh, narrow cone into the black, picking out the edge of a wall just in front of us. I followed, 1 foot over the threshold, then the other. The smell hit me before my eyes adjusted. Basements all have their own scent. Even finished ones smell a little like damp concrete under the carpet. This one was concentrated, distilled by years of being sealed off from fresh air. The first layer was pure mildew, that heavy, wet odor of things left to rot in the dark. Under that, faint but still there, was the ghost of industrial cleaner, hospital-grade disinfectant that had once been sprayed on these floors and walls in buckets, back when people still cared if the place looked safe. There was also a metallic tang, not sharp like fresh blood, but more like rust and old pipes. The taste of pennies left in your mouth too long. The air was cold, colder than it had any right to be in the middle of the night in early fall. It wrapped around my wrists and neck and slipped down the back of my hoodie like water. Somewhere out of sight, a draft moved steadily. The kind of slow, consistent airflow you get from an HVAC system even when the blowers are off. As if the building itself was still exhaling long after it should have stopped. Riley angled her light down and to the left, and the world snapped into a narrower kind of focus. We were standing in a hallway. The walls were tiled halfway up in off-white ceramic squares, the kind you see in institutional bathrooms and basements everywhere, edged at the top by a thin brown border. Above that, the plaster was painted a color that might once have been a warm beige but now just looked like the absence of light. Greenish mold bloomed in irregular patches near the floor and ceiling. The floor was covered in gray tiles, some intact, some cracked, a few missing entirely to reveal the rough concrete underneath. Here and there, long dried streaks of something darker traced from one wall to the other. Old mop trails that had gone from wet shine to matte stain. In several spots, yellowish watermarks streaked down from the ceiling to form irregular puddles on the floor, some still slick and reflective, others dried to a faint crust. On the wall to our right, just above eye level, were a series of old directional signs printed on faded plastic boards bolted to the tile. The light caught them one by one as we moved. Laundry, read one, the arrow pointing down the hall. Radiology, said another, the last two letters half scratched off so it read more like Rad-I-O-L-O-G. The third sign made my skin crawl a little. Morgue. Someone had tried to peel the letters off. The M and E were missing, leaving only org behind, which somehow made it worse. Our footsteps echoed in a way that did not feel quite right. Each heel strike and toe off came back to us half a second late, smaller, a little tinny, like someone was following just behind, stepping when we did, but not quite in sync. The sound bounced off the low ceiling and the tile and made it feel like the hallway went on forever, even though I could see its end in the flashlight's reach. Every so often, there was another sound layered under the steps, a soft plip, plip, as droplets of water fell from some unseen pipe or crack overhead into shallow pools on the tiles. The drips were spaced just far enough apart to keep you from getting used to them. Each one made me flinch a little, waiting for the next, and then tensing when it finally came. Riley swept her light across a doorway on the left, and I glanced in. The room beyond was small, with metal shelving along one wall and a pile of plastic laundry baskets overturned in the corner. A few hospital linens still clung to the shelves, thin, faded sheets in that institutional blue-green color, patterned with tiny squares. They had collapsed into themselves, corners browned and stiff with age. One sheet hung halfway out of a cracked bin, its edge dipping toward the floor like a tongue. Another room, farther down the right, looked like a storage closet. Inside, an old janitor's cart lay on its side, its wheels frozen in place by rust. A broom handle rested crookedly across it. A plastic bottle of some long-expired cleaner sat upright on a shelf, the label peeled and bubbled from humidity. We kept moving. The smell pressed closer, getting sharper in places, more sour in others. The cold air hissed softly around our ankles, working its way up through gaps in the tile. Riley nudged my arm and jerked her chin toward a doorway a few steps ahead on the left. "Laundry?" she murmured. The laundry room was bigger than I expected. The ceiling rose a little higher, and long fluorescent light fixtures hung down from it, their tubes yellowed and dark. Against one wall stood 3 industrial washing machines, huge front-loading beasts made of dulled steel. Their round doors were closed, caked in dust and what looked like the remains of old masking tape labels. Riley's flashlight beam slid across the tops of the machines. I expected to see a continuous layer of dust, unbroken for years. Instead, I saw something else. On the flat metal surface of the middle washer, there was a handprint. It was not a bloody smear or anything dramatic, just a patch of cleaner metal in the shape of fingers and part of a palm, the dust disturbed where someone's skin had rested or pushed. Around it, the dust lay thick and untouched. Within the print, faint oil from skin had left dark outlines along the ridges. Whoever had made it had done so recently enough that moisture had not had time to reclaim it completely. I froze. my gaze glued to that palm-shaped gap. Riley followed my stare and saw it too. For the first time since we stepped inside, she did not immediately offer a joke or a shrug. Her jaw tightened a little. "Could be from a while ago," she said after a beat, but it sounded like she was saying it for both of us. "Kids come down here sometimes." Her light wandered away from the washer and deeper into the room, revealing more industrial machines, some with doors hanging open, rubber seals cracked like dried riverbeds. We moved on. The deeper we went into the basement, the more evidence piled up that Oak Ridge was not as empty as the town pretended. In a small room that might once have been a linen folding area, a plastic folding chair sat open under a low air vent, its legs leaving bright, clean scuffs on the grimy floor where they had been dragged into place. On the seat rested an empty snack wrapper, flattened but not yet faded. The brand name was still visible, and when I picked it up between two fingers, I saw the expiration date. Only a couple of months passed. I watched my breath puff out in front of me in faint clouds, feeling the cold more sharply now. Someone had sat here, in this exact spot, not long ago, long enough to get comfortable, close enough to that vent to feel what little air moved through it. I put the wrapper back exactly where I had found it, suddenly aware of how loud even that tiny crinkle seemed in the stillness. "Sometimes there are people," Riley said, her voice softer than before. The flashlight beam steadied on the chair for a second, then slid away, as if she did not want to stare at it too long. "What kind of people?" I asked, trying to keep my tone casual and not entirely succeeding. "People who do not want to be seen," she said. "People who sleep where no one else wants to sleep. People who are tired of rules. I do not know." She made a vague gesture at the ceiling. "Yeah, they keep to themselves. Think of it like their house." Her choice of words snagged on something in me. Their house. I looked around again, really looked. The stained tiles, the peeling paint, the sagging ceiling panels, the long corridors with dead signs pointing toward empty rooms. This place had once been designed to keep people in, to contain them, manage them, hide them away. Now, the people who were hidden here chose it, or maybe they had nowhere else to go. Either way, I was not a guest. I was an intruder. That realization landed slowly, like a weight settling on the floor of an elevator after free fall. My skin prickled under my hoodie. The hair on the back of my neck crept toward standing. I imagined unseen eyes watching from doorways we had already passed, or from vents, or from the hollow spaces between walls. But I did what people do when they are already committed and scared to seem scared. I rolled my shoulders, forced my face into what I hoped was a neutral expression, and pretended my heartbeat was not punching at my ribs. "Nice place you picked," I said, my voice echoing down the hallway a half second after I finished speaking, like someone else was repeating it softly behind me. Riley snorted, the sound sharp and quick. "Told you. Creepy is better than boring." We kept walking, our twin cones of light sliding over the tiles and doors and old equipment, always a few steps ahead of us, always not quite far enough to show what might be waiting at the next turn. 3-2, the second floor and the evidence. The stairs up from the basement felt narrower than they should have, like the walls were leaning in. The handrail on the right side was a simple strip of rounded metal bolted to the wall every few feet. When my fingers closed around it, it was so cold, it might as well have been outside in the wind instead of buried inside the building. Rust had bubbled up in patches where the paint had flaked off, rough against my palm. The steps were poured concrete, edges rounded down from decades of shoes and wheels. Dirt and bits of plaster had collected in the corners, forming gray drifts against the risers. Every time we put weight on a stair, a dull, hollow thump rose from somewhere under the structure, traveling up through the railing into my bones. At each landing, a red exit sign glowed weakly above a closed door. The plastic covers were cloudy with age, but the letters still burned through, casting a faint red wash over the chipped paint and dust. It was the only color in the stairwell, and even that felt tired. The little green, always-on lights beneath them flickered at irregular intervals, dimming and brightening like they were thinking about giving up. By the time we reached the landing marked 2, my breath came in small white puffs in front of my face. Riley pushed the bar on the door with her shoulder. It gave way with a soft metal creak and swung inward into the second floor. The smell up here was different from the basement. Less mildew, more stale air. The mold and cleaner ghosts were still there, but they were muted, layered under the dry, dusty scent of abandoned living space. Old mattresses, paper, skin cells, fabric left alone too long. The hallway beyond stretched out in both directions, a long, dim corridor lined with patient rooms. The wall closest to us bore the remnants of a color that might once have been cheerful, a pale green band running waist-high along the length of the corridor, meant to be calming. Above it, the paint had cracked into alligator skin patterns. The room doors stood mostly open, some all the way, some hanging on bent hinges at odd angles. Each had a small metal plaque where a number had once been printed. Some plaques were blank, the numbers long scratched off. Others still clung to pieces of their identity. 20, 2 to 13, 2-1. Riley turned left without hesitating, so I fell in behind her. Our flashlights cut twin paths through the gloom, occasionally crisscrossing as we checked doorways. I paused at the first open room on our right and shined my light inside. The room was small, just big enough for a bed, a built-in metal nightstand, and a narrow window at the far end. The bed frame was still there, a rectangle of chipped institutional green metal bolted to the floor. The mattress was gone, leaving only the framework of coiled springs, rusted in spots, coated in dust and spiderwebs. The floor was covered in a thin skin of dirt and debris. Flakes of plaster, broken ceiling tile, a few lost paper cups turned on their sides. My light danced over the walls, catching on faint outlines where posters or charts might have once hung. The next room was similar. So was the one after that. A few still had mattresses on the frames, sagging, darkened with age. The fabric split to reveal yellowed stuffing. Dust lay on them in smooth, undisturbed layers. Then we came to a room where the dust pattern changed. On the left side, shoved up against the wall in the corner, was a thin sleeping pad, the kind you might buy at a discount store for a camping trip. It was navy blue, worn in the middle where weight had compressed the foam. A blanket lay in a tangled pile at the foot, not the faded hospital type, but a plaid fleece, the pattern still bright enough to be recent. Beside the pad sat a small collection of cans and bottles, 2 empty soup cans, a couple of crumpled snack wrappers, and a plastic water bottle half full, its sides cloudy from being handled. Next to them was a tied-off trash bag, black plastic bulging with shapes I did not want to identify. This room did not smell like the others. There was a layer of human on top of everything. Sweat, cheap food, something sour that might have been spilled drink or unwashed clothes. It was subtle, but in the still air it clung. That's recent, I said quietly. Riley's light was already moving over the pad, the bottles, the bag. Her jaw tightened just a little. Yeah, she said, like I told you. Sometimes people stay here. Like right now? I asked, my voice pitching higher than I intended. She shook her head. If they were here now, you would smell it stronger. Hear them. They move around. You can tell. She paused. Usually. The word usually did not make me feel any better. We stepped back out into the hallway. I found myself walking more softly now, as if to avoid waking someone in the next room over. From far down the corridor, near where the fluorescent light gave up completely and the darkness thickened, came a faint sound. A metallic scrape, light but distinct, like a piece of pipe or a loose bolt being nudged across concrete by a shoe. It rang for a split second and then cut off. I stopped dead, my light jerking in that direction. What was that? I whispered. Riley did not turn her head, but I saw her shoulders tighten under the hoodie. When she answered, her voice was too casual. Probably just the building settling, she said. She took a step closer to the wall, as if its solidity might offer some protection, and continued walking. Her flashlight beam lowered a few inches, as though she did not want it to reach too far ahead now. Buildings do not settle with neat, single, metallic sounds, I thought. They groan, they creak, they pop. They do not tap something once and then hold their breath. The echo of that small impact traveled down the hall and died against the far wall. The silence that followed pressed in twice as hard. We kept moving, and I forced myself not to constantly look back over my shoulder. About halfway down the hall, the corridor opened up slightly into a recessed area on the right. There, a waist-high counter jutted from the wall, a nurse station, the central hub of the floor when this place had actually functioned. Above it, windows of wired glass looked out into the hall. Most of them were cracked, one completely shattered, jagged edges catching our light. Riley slipped behind the counter through an open gap. I followed, stepping over a fallen binder whose pages had turned to pulp. The surface of the counter was coated in dust, but not evenly. Our lights revealed the old, expected detritus. Paper clips, a cracked plastic pen, a clipboard with its metal clip rusted into a half-open position. But they also revealed things that did not look like they had been sitting here for decades. Near the edge, close to where someone might lean while checking charts, stood a white styrofoam cup. It was the size they hand out at gas station coffee counters, with a faded brown ring staining the inside halfway down. A puddle of dried coffee clung to the bottom, its surface cracked like dried mud. There was hardly any dust on the rim. Beside it, resting at a casual angle, was a cigarette butt. The filter was only partially yellowed, with a smear of ash still clinging to one side. A thin gray circle marked where it had been ground out on the counter, streaks running outward where the pressure had dragged it. Dust had begun to settle on it, but not enough to blur its edges. I stared at those two small objects longer than they deserved. They were so ordinary, so mundane. An unfinished cup of coffee, the end of a smoke break. But here, in this dead place, they were jarring, like fresh footprints in old snow. "Guess your squatter likes caffeine," I said, because my brain needed me to say something. "Or night shift nostalgia," Riley replied, though her tone held none. Our lights drifted upward, drawn by a different kind of movement. On the wall behind the nurse station, above a series of old switches and a long-dead computer monitor, something had been tacked up. Several sheets of paper, edges curling, held in place with strips of aging masking tape. I stepped closer. The papers overlapped in places, forming a patchwork. They were not forms or old patient lists, like I half expected. They were hand-drawn maps. Thin black lines traced the outline of the hospital, and the land around it, sketched with the hesitant confidence of someone who had walked the space many times, but never been trained to draw it. The building blocks were there, simplified. The driveway from Route 12, the main lot, the line of trees, the quarry, and off to one side, a smaller rectangle labeled in sloppy letters, storage. From that rectangle, a short road extended, ending in a bulb-like shape, the cul-de-sac. At the very end of that little road, in the middle of the circle, someone had drawn a small X. Next to it, in cramped writing, were the words 9:11 p.m., cars, kids, flashlights. My stomach dropped a fraction of an inch. On another sheet, taped just below, columns of hastily scrawled notes marched downward. Red pickup, loud muffler, 9:15 stayed 10 minutes true. White SUV, 10:02. Mom, dad, 2 kids, drove away when they saw building. Blue Civic, 9:37. 3 teens, went in, no lights, came out, 10:50. Some entries were older, the ink blurred by damp. Others were darker, newer. The more I read, the closer my face got to the paper, until I could smell the faint tang of marker. Near the middle of one sheet, my eyes caught on a line that made my skin go cold. Silver Civic, 8:47, 1 driver, parked behind storage, lights off. That had been me. Tonight. The handwriting was cramped, the letters leaning slightly to the right. The time was correct, down to the minute. There was no note yet on left, because I had not. My throat went dry. For a second, all the sounds around us fell away. No dripping, no humming, no echoes. Just the heavy thump of my own heart in my ears, and the memory of that faint glint in the building's high window when I had looked back from the field. Behind me, Riley asked quietly, "What?" I stepped aside so my beam and hers both washed over the note. I did not have to say anything. The shape of the letters was enough. Her face tightened. She reached up without thinking and touched one of the pieces of tape, as if to test if the paper was really there. "Someone's been keeping track," she said finally. Not someone. He. The word from that half-remembered review flashed behind my eyes. "If you park behind the storage units, he can see your car." I realized then that this was not just a place people crashed when they had nowhere else to go. It was not just random squatters drifting through like storms. This was a watch post, a nest. Whoever stayed here did not just inhabit Oak Ridge. He studied it, watched its surroundings, logged who came and when and in what, long enough and often enough that he had needed to pin his own memory to the wall. And now my car, on this night, was part of his records. 3.3, the rooftop and the eye in the door. If it had been up to me, we would have left right after I saw my car written in that crooked handwriting on the wall. My body had already decided. My feet wanted to go back the way we came, down through the basement, across the field, into the circle of the streetlight, into my car, back to Walmart and microwave dinners and stupid local news stories. But people do not like to admit they are scared at the same time as someone else. We stagger it. We wait for a cue. Riley stared at the hand-drawn map for another long second, then dropped her gaze. When she looked back at me, her expression was tight, but there was something stubborn in it too. Some harsh little flame that had nothing to do with me. "We are already here," she said. "Might as well see the view." "The view?" I echoed. "You saw that, right? My car is literally—" "I saw it," she cut in. "I know. It is not new. He has been doing this a long time. If he was going to mess with us, he probably would have done it already." I did not love the way she said he, like it was a given, or the way already hung there, implying time was a factor we were already past. Roof is open, she went on, more quietly. It is the only part I actually like about this place. If we leave now, you are going to go home and just imagine it. Might as well see it once before you swear never to come back. She was not wrong about that last part. My instincts said no, flat and simple. But my ego, stupid and loud, did not want to be the one who said, "Can we just go?" in a way that would shift her into the role of the braver one, the guide leading the nervous tourist out of his depth. "Fine," I said. "We look, then we leave." She nodded, like there had never been any other plan. The stairwell to the upper floors felt different from the one we had taken up from the basement. The air was drier, but it carried more dust, more of that old, powdered paint smell. Our lights stripped the walls of color, revealing only shapes, squares of graffiti, crude letters, faces that had been spray painted on years ago and then dripped themselves into something worse. On one landing, someone had drawn a big cartoon smiley face in black, then gone back later and added tears of blood and a noose around its neck. On another, a rough stick figure lay on a bed with its arms tied to rails, a speech bubble over its head filled with a scrawled F word repeated until it blurred. Words crawled along the walls in thick marker and thin paint. "Do not trust the staff. She never left. Listen at 3 a.m. The older tags had flaked with the paint. Newer ones glistened faintly when our beams hit them at the right angle. Higher up, the wind made itself known. It slid down from somewhere above, threading through the stairwell like fingers, carrying with it the cold from the roof. Every time we reached a landing, it pushed at the door there, making it tremble on its hinges with a soft thunk, thunk. Somewhere below, a loose sign rattled dimly. Somewhere above, the roof access door let a thin line of air squeeze through, and the wind whistled through that gap with a long, low hiss, like someone exhaling behind clenched teeth. "Almost there," Riley said. Her voice had dropped a little, but it did not shake. She talked like she was talking herself through a workout set. We climbed the last few steps. The heavy metal door at the top was streaked with rust, especially around the push bar and hinges. A small rectangular wired glass window sat at eye level, coated on the outside with grime and something that might have been old tape residue. Riley put her shoulder into it. The door gave about an inch, then resisted. She grunted and shoved harder. The hinges answered with a piercing scree, the kind of sound that makes your jaw clench and your eyes water. It sliced along the length of my spine, echoed off the concrete, and seemed to spill out onto the roof beyond. For a second, that scream of metal was the only sound. Then the door jerked free, and a rush of cold air slammed into us. The roof felt like a different world. The temperature dropped 10 degrees the moment I stepped out. The wind had room to move up here, nothing to break it. It tugged at my hoodie, pushed against my chest, grabbed my words and pulled them out of my mouth before I could form them. Under our feet, the surface was a patchwork of black roofing tar and gravel, cracked in places where water had pooled and frozen over the years. Patches of pale, blistered material tipped up at the edges like dead skin. Candy wrappers and old flyers skittered across the open space, driven into erratic paths by the wind, pausing only when they caught on broken glass or bent metal. To our left, along the lip of the roof, lay the fallen Oak Ridge sign. Up close, it was almost sad. The letters, once proud and bright on the front of the building, now lay on their backs, half propped against the low retaining wall, their faces upturned to the sky. Rust had eaten deep into their surfaces, creating jagged, pitted textures that caught our flashlight beams in strange highlights. The bolts and brackets that had held them in place for years stuck out like broken bones. The letters cast long, warped shadows across the roof, stretching away from the faint glow of the distant town like fingers reaching for something they would never quite touch. Beyond the edge, the land dropped away into darkness. But farther out, beyond the immediate black, the world resumed. I could see Route 12 clearly from up here, a thin streak of movement carved through the dark. Lines of headlights, small and bright, drifted in one direction, while tiny streams of red taillights slid the other way. From this height, each car looked slow, like it was gliding rather than rolling. The steady motion reminded me that there was still a normal world out there, full of people going home from late shifts, running last-minute errands, living their lives unaware of the dead building watching them from the ridge. Scattered clusters of town lights glowed beyond the highway. Gas stations, a strip mall, a patch of houses. From up here, they looked harmless, like a model set. Behind and above us, the only light came from the cloud-muted sky and the faint spill from our phones. The wind found the old HVAC units dotting the roof and played them like instruments. It blew through vents and broken fan cages, producing a series of low, hollow moans and soft howls that rose and fell with its strength. Sometimes it sounded almost like a voice too far away to make out the words. Somewhere to my right, a plastic bag had wedged itself under a bent metal railing. The wind inflated it and then let it collapse over and over, making a papery thump that fell into a rhythm. Flap, flap, flap. Riley walked toward the edge, her light sweeping in front of her. She stopped a couple of feet from the short parapet wall and looked out over the highway, facing the same direction she had been in that rooftop photo on her profile. "This is what I meant," she called back, raising her voice against the wind. "You can see everything from up here." I stayed closer to the door, the urge to keep one hand on a direct path back inside stronger than my curiosity. I turned in a slow circle instead, taking in the skeleton of the sign, the HVAC hulks, the open sky. For a moment, despite everything, the basement, the map, the handwriting, the view did get to me. There is a particular feeling you get looking down on familiar things from an unfamiliar height. The world seems smaller, like you could pick it up and rearrange it if you wanted. I almost let myself relax into that. Almost. "Careful near the edge," I called to Riley, raising my voice. "Wind will mess with you." She waved one hand to show she heard me, her phone held out in the other, trying to capture the streak of headlights on Route 12. I turned back toward the door to say something else, some half-joke about life insurance, anything to break the tension building in my chest. The door was no longer all the way open. When we had come through, Riley had shouldered it wide, leaving a clear path back to the stairwell. Now it sat at an angle, partially closed, leaving only a narrow gap between the edge of the metal and the frame. Maybe the wind had caught it, I thought. Maybe the old hinges had shifted back on their own. Then I saw the eye in the darkness of that gap. It was not a trick of light. It was not a reflection. There was a face in the shadowed slice of space between the door and the frame, and from that face, one pale eye looked straight up at me. We locked on each other in the same instant, the eye widening just a fraction, my body going rigid. In the thin spill of light from my phone, I saw the white around the iris, the faint catch of reflection in the pupil, the edge of a bony cheek, the suggestion of stubble on skin. The rest was swallowed by shadow, but what I could see was enough. It was human, close, and standing on the other side of the door I thought had only whined behind it. My breath caught in my throat. The wind howled through an HV unit to my left, but it suddenly sounded very far away. In that suspended heartbeat, a single, stupid thought flashed through my mind. He is between us and downstairs. Then, with a movement so fast it felt like a cut in film, the eye vanished. Someone yanked the door from the inside with force. The heavy metal slab slammed into the frame with a violent bang that shook the roof under my feet. The sound ricocheted off the HVAC units, off the parapet wall, off the rusted letters of the sign, turning into a rolling crash that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Riley screamed, a sharp, startled sound ripped away by the wind almost as soon as it left her mouth. My own shout jammed up behind my teeth. My instinct was to grab the handle, to pull the door back open, to make sure that what I had just seen was not some leftover image in my brain. I lunged forward and wrapped my hand around the cold metal bar. The door vibrated slightly in its frame, as if whatever had slammed it still resonated in the hinges. I tugged. It resisted for a second, then gave with a protesting shriek. The stairwell beyond was empty. Our flashlight beams sliced down the concrete steps, finding only cracked paint, old graffiti, and shadows. No figure hurrying away, no hint of motion, just the stale air pouring out to meet the rooftop chill. But there was something else. On the top step, directly in front of the doorway, the dust that had lain in smooth gray layers was disturbed. A swath no wider than a shoe had been smeared through it, cutting a clean arc across the tread. At the edge of that arc, where the dust had piled up in a fine ridge, were the faint impressions of tread marks, not sharp enough to make out a pattern, but there. A heel, a toe, the suggestion of pressure. Someone had been standing there, close enough to rest the side of their face against the door, close enough to watch us step onto the roof, close enough for me to see the tiny veins in the whites of their eyes. Riley stared down at the disturbed dust, then back up at me. For once, she did not have a quip ready. No chase followed. No running footsteps, no shouted threats, no horror movie sprint across the roof. The building fell back into its layered quiet. The low moan of wind through broken vents, the distant hiss of highway tires, the papery drum of a plastic bag somewhere behind us. The only new thing was the knowledge that had not been there before. We were not alone in Oak Ridge. We had not been since we parked our cars in the cul-de-sac. Someone else was inside, moving just out of sight. Someone comfortable enough up here to stand inches away from a stranger on the other side of a door and just watch. 4-1. The first real sound of him. We did not stay on the roof long after the door slammed. Whatever feeling of cool view there might have been leaked out through that gap the second I saw his eye. The wind felt different after that, less like weather and more like a hand at our backs. Riley was the one who finally broke the silence. "Okay," she said, voice tight. "We are done. Let's go." There were a dozen things I wanted to say. "I told you so. What was that? Why do you keep coming here if you know he exists?" None of them made it past my teeth. We stepped back into the stairwell, and this time when the heavy door shut behind us, the sound felt less like leaving the outside and more like being sealed in. The flashlight beams looked thinner now. Nothing in the stairwell had changed. The same cracked paint, the same graffiti, the same chipped concrete. But after seeing that eye, the whole building felt populated. Everything that had been written off as old pipes or settling suddenly had a potential owner. Riley moved faster than before, her sneakers landing closer to the wall instead of straight down the middle. She kept her light low, pointed mostly at the steps, like she did not want it to carry too far. "You know the way down from here?" I asked, just to hear us making noise on purpose. "Yeah," she said. No extra word, no joke. Just that. We hit the 4th floor landing. The exit sign buzzed faintly over the door, the red letters glowing like coals behind dirty plastic. Riley did not shoulder it open this time. She kept going, down toward 3. It happened when we were halfway between the 4th floor landing and the 3rd. One moment, the only sounds were our own shoes, the soft rasp of clothes, the faint hiss of air moving in the shaft. The next, something metal groaned open below us. The sound came from the door on the 2nd floor. I realized a second later, the same kind of heavy fire door we had just used. There was a muffled clank as the crash bar was pushed, a low creak of hinges that had not been oiled in years. Both of us stopped at the exact same time. Our lights jerked reflexively downward, stabbing into the dim lower flights. For a fraction of a second, I expected to see someone already on the stairs, halfway up, face turned toward us. There was no one in sight, just the stairs dropping away into shadow. Then came the footsteps. They started slow. A thump as one foot hit the bottom stair, then another thump on the next. It was not the light patter of someone jogging up, not the clumsy clatter of a drunk or a panicked trespasser. These steps were heavy, measured, the sound of weight placed with certainty. Concrete answered each one with a dull, steady boom that rose up the shaft toward us. Whoever it was did not hurry. There was no rush in their rhythm. Thump, 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 like a metronome. Like they had climbed these stairs 1,000 times and knew exactly how many there were and where the landings fell. Riley's hand shot out and tapped my wrist. "Lights," she hissed. I did not argue. My thumb smashed the button, and my world collapsed to near black. The after-image of the stairwell burned against my retinas for a heartbeat, then faded, leaving only the vague borders of walls and the faint outline of the rail where the exit sign above bled just enough red down the shaft. We stood there on the narrow strip of stairs between floors, pressed closer to the inside wall so anyone looking up from below would have to crane their neck to see us. The footsteps climbed. Without the distraction of seeing, my hearing sharpened. I could tell more now. The cadence never changed. No quickening, no hesitation. Whoever it was did not stumble over the chipped edges or the random debris on the steps. No breath hitched, no cough, no annoyed mutter at the door's noise. The only human sound in that stairwell was the impact of a foot on concrete and the faint scuff of a soul lifting away. Thump, scuff, thump, scuff. "He's below us," I mouthed, not trusting my voice out loud. Riley leaned in close enough that I could feel the warmth of her hoodie against my arm. "Do not move," she whispered, breath barely a sound. The steps reached the 2nd floor landing, a slight pause. The metal bar of that door jostled as if someone leaned against it, then settled. No opening this time. Then the climbing resumed. My heartbeat synced with the tread for a few seconds. Every thump from below pulled an answering pulse from my chest. Sweat tickled down my spine under my shirt despite the cold. Could be a cop, I thought wildly. Could be security. Could be some kid like us. But cops call out. Security clears their throat, rattles keys, sighs, mutters into a radio. Kids talk, swear, laugh, dare each other. This person made no other noise. The air around us felt charged, like the stairwell itself had been wired and switched on. The flicker of the exit sign above us grew more noticeable. Every time it buzzed brighter, the red glow deepened, and I imagined it spilling over a face just out of sight below, highlighting cheekbones, eye sockets, teeth. The footsteps reached the third-floor landing. We were maybe 6 or 7 steps above it, frozen in place. There was another brief pause. For a heartbeat, I was sure he was standing there, directly under the red exit glow, head tilted up, eyes adjusting to the dark, listening. The silence stretched, long enough that the drip of water somewhere lower in the building made itself heard again, a lonely plip, plip, spaced out like seconds on a clock. Then a subtle, chilling sound, a shoe sole pivoting on gritty concrete, a slow grind as weight shifted. He turned. Riley's fingers closed around my sleeve and gave a quick tug, pulling me up a step. I could feel the urgency in that small motion. "Come on," she breathed, barely a whisper. "This way." Instead of continuing down toward the second floor, she moved up, back toward the fourth. At the next landing, she took the stairs 2 at a time until we reached the door marked 3. Her hand found the bar in the dark with the kind of familiarity that comes from repetition. She pressed it in, easing the door open just enough for us to slip through. On the other side, the hallway swallowed us, the stairwell sounds muffling instantly as the heavy door settled almost shut behind us. In the faint glow of another dying exit sign overhead, I could make out a small metal placard beside the frame. "Psychiatry, Ward B," it read in faded letters. Underneath, someone had bolted a second strip, this one saying "closed" in bolder font. A starburst of cracked plastic radiated from one corner where someone had punched or kicked at it. Riley flicked her light back on, but only to a low setting, the beam a narrow tunnel. She kept it aimed at the floor. "This way," she said. "A psych wing wraps around the stairwell. He will take the main hall. We can let him pass." The word he landed heavy. It sounded less like a pronoun now and more like a title. We moved along the inside wall of the ward's entrance corridor. Frosted windows on our right looked back toward the stairwell, but decades of grime and whatever was on the other side made them opaque. From beyond the closed door we had just slipped through, the footsteps resumed, now slightly muffled but still very clear. Thump, scuff, thump, scuff, closer. There was a faint buzz above our heads as the exit sign in this corridor fought to stay lit, the wiring behind it crackling softly. Every time it brightened, the red glow painted Riley's profile for a second. Nose, jaw, the tight line of her mouth, before fading to a dull ember again. We stopped beside another door, this one leading deeper into Ward B. A small square of wired glass sat at eye level, exactly like the rooftop door. Riley did not look through it. She kept her face angled away, as if she had learned that particular lesson already. The sounds from the stairwell grew louder, then peaked as the steps hit level with the door we had just come through. The metal frame vibrated subtly, a tremor I could feel through my shoulder where it brushed the wall. He did not stop this time. Whoever he was, he moved past the third-floor landing and continued up. Each step away took a little weight off my lungs. Only when the thumps had faded enough that I had to strain to hear them did another sound intrude, a small, sharp clatter from somewhere else on the floor, like a piece of metal falling and bouncing once before settling. It echoed down the unseen length of the psychiatric ward, bounced off corners we could not see, then died. It might have been a dropped pipe. It might have been a can kicked aside by a boot heel. It might have been an intentional noise, made just loud enough to say, "I know you are here," without adding, "and I am coming now." Riley's lips barely moved when she spoke. "Do not run," she said. "He knows this place. We do not." The exit sign above us buzzed again, brighter for a second, then dimmed, sinking the word closed into a deeper red. The building hummed faintly all around, as if it were listening to us decide which way to go. 4-2, the face behind the glass ward. Felt tighter than the regular patient floor. Even before my eyes fully adjusted, I could sense it. The ceiling seemed lower, the corridor narrower, the walls closer together. Everything here was a little more compressed, like the architecture itself was designed to press in on whoever stayed inside. Our flashlight beams cut short slices through the dark, skating over doorways and faded paint. The walls still had that same chipped green band running along them, but here it was interrupted more often by heavy doors, thicker, more reinforced than the ones downstairs. Each door had a small, rectangular window set at eye level, made of wired glass. Some of those windows were just glass. Others were backed with bars, thin vertical rods bolted inside, which turned the openings into something closer to cell windows than patient room views. Riley moved quickly, but not in a full run, more of a low, fast walk, her shoulders slightly hunched, light aimed at the floor. I stayed at her side, trying to keep my breathing as quiet as my steps, feeling the urge to lift my feet higher than usual so my soles would not scrape. The exit sign at the far end of the corridor bled a weak red glow that barely reached us. It stretched our shadows long behind us, distorted them as they dragged along the wall. Every few seconds it flickered, making the hallway seem to strobe in slow motion. We passed a door on our left with a broken plastic placard hanging from one screw. Someone had scratched over the original word with a key or a nail, gouging in big letters. Observation. Underneath, in smaller, more careful handwriting, another word. Cage. "Where are we going?" I whispered. "Through to the other stairwell," Riley murmured back. "It loops. If we keep moving, he will lose track of which floor we are on." That is how you talk about raccoons, I thought. Not men who watch you through rooftop doors. We kept going, turning left at a small intersection. This secondary corridor was even narrower, with doors closer together. Some of them were missing their handles, with only rusted circles showing where hardware had once been. One door had been repainted at some point, a darker gray over the original beige, but the paint had bubbled and peeled, leaving blisters that had cracked open. Our lights brushed over a door where the window was completely covered from the inside with paper. Overlapping sheets of magazine pages, taped up in layers, edges curling. It looked like someone had tried to wallpaper the glass out of existence. We were not running, not exactly, but we were moving, our footsteps a quick pattern of soft thuds. My chest felt tight, like the air had been squeezed out of the corridor and not fully let back in. As we passed one particular door, my beam slid across its window just long enough to show an empty room. Bare walls, a single metal chair bolted to the center of the floor, facing the door. No bed, no mattress, no posters, nothing. Just four walls, one chair, and the door. The only light in the room was what leaked in from the exit sign down the hall. It painted the edges of the chair in faint red, making it look like a shadow of something that had burned away. I do not know why I did it. Maybe it was the emptiness that pulled my gaze. Maybe it was the fact that up until then, every sound we had heard had been behind or below us, not directly level. Whatever the reason, I turned my head and looked directly into that little window as we passed. Something hit the glass from the inside with a violent, open-palmed wham. The sound was so loud and close that for a split second, I thought the glass had shattered inward toward me. The wired pane jumped in its frame and vibrated, the metal around it buzzing audibly. A hand covered the small window. It was pale where the skin was clean, but streaked with dirt and old grime across the fingers. The nails were short and uneven, one of them darkened. The heel of the palm landed right at my eye level, the sudden contact sending a jolt straight through my spine. I yelled, a raw, ugly sound, more like a gasp cut in half. My feet tangled as I jerked backward. My shoulder clipped the opposite wall, and for a second I thought I was going to go down completely. Riley screamed too, a short, sharp noise that bounced off the walls and doubled back at us. The hand stayed there for a beat, fingers splayed wide, the tendons standing out along the back. Then it slid down an inch, leaving a faint smear on the glass. My flashlight, shaken by the movement, bobbed and wobbled, but I forced it back toward the window. I should have looked away. Some part of me already knew I would regret it, but I could not stop myself. Behind the glass, in the thin, red-tinged light, a man stood. He looked to be somewhere in his 40s or 50s, though in places like this, time has a way of sanding details down until people just look worn. His hair was cut short but uneven, like someone had taken clippers to it without caring about the patches they missed. A rough stubble covered his jaw and upper lip, more like a permanent shadow than a beard. He wore a black hoodie, the hood down, the front streaked with what could have been oil or dirt or old food stains. His pants were equally filthy, a dark color gone lighter at the knees and thighs, like he spent a lot of time kneeling or sitting on hard surfaces. What made him wrong was not his clothes. It was the way he stood, too still, directly in the center of the room, as if he had been waiting in that exact spot for hours, maybe longer, just for the opportunity to step forward when someone walked by. His head was tilted a few degrees to one side, like he was considering something, or listening for a frequency only he could hear. And his mouth was twisted into a smile that absolutely did not reach his eyes. It was not wide or exaggerated. It was small, tight. The corners pulled up just enough to show he understood the mechanics of the expression, but not the meaning. His eyes were worse up close than they had been through the rooftop door crack. They were a pale color, gray or light blue, ringed with broken red veins. They did not dart or blink much. They just fixed on me through the glass, as if the wired mesh was nothing, as if the corridor and Riley and the rest of the building did not exist. He tapped the glass with one finger. Tap, tap. Not hard, not violent, a little rhythm like knocking to say hello to a neighbor. Each tap sent a small shiver through the pane. Behind me, I felt Riley's hand clamp around my arm. She yanked me sideways, away from the door, with more force than I expected. "Keep moving," she said, her voice low but edged with something new, something that sounded a lot like fear. "Do not look at him." The way she said him told me this was not the first time she had seen that face. It was not the tone you use for a random trespasser or some drunk who wandered in. It carried familiarity and anger and a hint of resignation, like discovering that the spider you hoped you had killed last week is somehow back in its web, larger. I stumbled, then found my footing, letting her pull me down the corridor. My head wanted to turn back, wanted to see if he was still there, wanted to know if he had stepped closer to the glass or put his ear to it. My body, for once, overruled that impulse. I kept my eyes forward. Behind us, raised just enough above the hum of the building to be unmistakable, came the sound of a door opening, not the little click of a latch. A full, heavy release, the sound of a thick door being unlatched from the inside. There was a soft thunk as it hit the end of its swing or a wall stop, followed by the faint squeal of hinge metal under load. He is not locked in, my mind supplied uselessly. He was never locked in. Then came the footsteps, different from the ones in the stairwell, not because of their weight, but because of the surface. These steps hit linoleum, not concrete. The sound had a slightly sharper edge, a subtle slap at the end of each impact where rubber met tile. They were not rushing. He was not running to catch up to us, not lunging or sprinting. The pace remained steady, unhurried. Thump, slap, thump, slap. "We have to go," I said, my voice shaking. "No kidding," Riley muttered. But there was no sarcasm in it now, only focus. She moved faster, her flashlight beam bouncing more, but she still did not break into a full run. Running would make more noise. Running would mean tripping on something. And I had a feeling that falling in front of that man would be worse than taking an extra second to watch our steps. The corridor stretched ahead in a series of doorways and shadow pockets. Somewhere to our left, behind one of those doors, something metallic rolled a short distance and then settled. A soft rattle that might have been a can kicked by accident earlier and only now completing its journey. Or it might have been him nudging something with his shoe, casually, as he walked. I could feel him in the space behind us without looking, like a pressure at the back of my head, an awareness that we were no longer just trespassing in an empty building. We were moving through someone's territory, and the owner had just stepped into the hallway. The exit sign at the far end of the psych ward flickered again, buzzing loud enough now that I could hear the electricity stuttering behind it. It threw a jittery red wash over the last few doors before the corner. Beyond that turn lay the other half of Ward B, and beyond that, if Riley was right, the other stairwell. "Do not run," she had said. We did not. We just walked as quickly and as quietly as we could. Flashlights low, eyes forward, while behind us, the man in the black hoodie took his time, stepping out of his room, closing his door, and beginning to follow at a pace that suggested he was not worried about losing us at all. 4.3. The first time he spoke. The psych ward corridor bent left, then right again, in those short, jagged angles architects love for reasons no one understands. Riley moved like she had memorized every turn long before tonight. I could feel my body wanting to sprint, every muscle itching to break into a full run. But she kept that same low, fast pace, shoulders hunched, flashlight pointed at the floor. "Service stairs are close," she said, barely more than breath. "Other end of this hall. Then we can cut down and out through the basement again." The hallway here felt different from the rest of Ward B. The doors were spaced farther apart, and a few of them had been propped open with chunks of broken cinder block. Inside, my light briefly caught glimpses of what had once been group rooms. Bolted benches, peeling murals of trees and clouds, a collapsed bookshelf with children's paperbacks rotting in a heap. Behind us, the footsteps had changed. They were still steady, but there was a new urgency in the rhythm now. The man had shortened his stride, each impact landing closer together. The sound of rubber on linoleum came quicker, louder. Thump, thump, thunk. Mixed in with that came another noise, one that made my throat go dry. The faint, irregular clink of metal on metal, like a ring of keys bumping against a belt loop or a carabiner clipped to a waistband. Every time he swung his leg forward, something hanging at his side tapped against something else. I pictured it too clearly. A cluster of keys, some old and brass, some new and silver, all earned one door at a time. Come on," Riley muttered. "Almost there." We turned one last corner, and the space opened up into a short, plain corridor ending in a single heavy service door. There were no patient rooms here, No tiny windows, just bare walls and one red exit sign buzzing sickly above the frame. The sign cast a dull red halo over the top half of the door, leaving the handle and lock in shadow. "That's it," Riley said. She jogged the last few steps and grabbed the bar. The door did not open. The metal bar depressed under her hands with a solid click, but the frame barely shifted. The whole assembly shuddered once and then held, as if something on the other side had swollen into place or jammed in the hinges. Riley swore under her breath and threw her shoulder into it. The bar creaked. The door jumped an inch, then slammed back into the frame like it was being shoved from the other side. "Come on," she grunted. "It sticks. It's fine. It just sticks." The keys behind us jangled again, closer now. The footsteps had turned the last corner. The echo changed shape as he entered this final corridor. There was no other noise. No shout, no command, no, "Hey, you kids." Just the sound of a man who knew the distance between himself and his target and saw no reason to rush. I grabbed the bar beside her, adding my weight. The cold metal bit into my palms. Together we heaved, the effort dragging a low groan out of the hinges. The bottom of the door crawled across the linoleum with a deep scrape, like metal on bone. It moved. 2 inches. 3. There was just enough gap now for one of us to slip through sideways if we turned our shoulders. We both went for it at the same time, jamming ourselves awkwardly in the opening. Riley cursed again and shoved me forward hard. "Go," she said. "Go first." I twisted, forcing my body into the narrow space between door and frame. The edge caught my backpack strap, tugging me sideways for a second. I wrenched free and stumbled into the darkness of the stairwell beyond, my flashlight beam jerking down the steps in wild arcs. Behind me, Riley was half in, half out, one shoulder wedged against the door, her sneaker braced against the floor inside the hall for leverage. She was trying to drag the door further open with her weight, enough for her to follow. I turned back and reached for her wrist. That was when I felt another hand. It came in through the narrowing gap from the hallway side. Fingers pale and blunt, nails short, skin streaked with grime. The hand slid forward, palm flattening against the metal interior of the door, and then pushed back. For a heartbeat, all 3 of us, me, Riley, and whatever was attached to that arm, were locked in a silent tug-of-war around a slab of steel. The weight on the other side was shockingly strong, steady, like he had all the time in the world to lean and let gravity do the work. Instinct took over. I did not think. I just drove my elbow backward, hard, into the space just above the hand. My arm connected with something soft and solid, a stomach or a rib cage or the soft part of a chest. There was a muffled impact and then a sound that cut through everything else. A sharp, ugly grunt, followed by a hissed, low curse. "You little shit," the man snarled from the hallway side, voice compressed by the gap in the door. The words were the first real, fully human thing I had heard from him all night. No echo, no ambiguity, just rough American anger, shaped around a mouth I had already seen smiling wrong. The pressure on the door dropped for an instant. Riley seized the opening. She threw her whole weight into the bar one last time and hauled it closed far enough to peel herself free. Then she was through, stumbling into the stairwell with me, both of us almost going down the first few steps. "Move," she said, grabbing the inside handle. We did not stop to try to latch it properly. There was no time to find out whether the mechanism still worked. We just let the door swing shut behind us with a violent slam, the sound booming up and down the enclosed space like a gunshot in a concrete tunnel. We were already half a flight down when his voice followed. At first, it was only the muffled echo of knuckles hitting metal. 1, 2, 3 slow, measured blows on the stairwell side of the door. Then a short pause. Then he spoke clearly, his words sliding through the cracks around the frame and pouring down into the stairwell after us. Riley. He drew her name out, tasting it. The sound had a rough edge, the kind of voice that had smoked too many cheap cigarettes in too many cold places. It was not shout loud, but it did not need to be. The stairwell carried it, amplifying it in a way that made my bones vibrate. You brought a friend this time. I missed a step. My foot slipped on the concrete and my knee slammed into the edge of the stair. Pain shot up my leg, but it barely registered over the cold that flooded my chest at that one small phrase. This time, he knew her. Not just from tonight, not from seeing her profile picture on some app, not from catching a glimpse of her earlier in the hall. There was history in that sentence, a tired familiarity, like a regular greeting at a bar. Riley's hand clamped on my arm, hauling me upright before I could collapse and block the stairs. Her grip was iron. "Keep going," she said. Her voice shook, but only a little. My brain tripped over itself, trying to fit too many pieces into place at once. Riley had known the paths through the basement. Riley had known the ward looped. Riley had told me, almost bragging, that she liked to bring guys here to freak them out. "Have you been here alone with him before?" Part of me wanted to ask. "Did he watch you like this? Were you planning on leaving before he ever stepped out of the dark?" No words came out. There was only concrete and air and the pounding of our steps. We barreled downward, no longer caring about stealth. Our footsteps thundered on the stairs, rubber hitting cement in a frantic pattern that no longer matched the calm rhythm from before. The stairwell amplified everything: our breathing, our shoes, the tiny skids when our soles slipped on grit. Above us, the door we had come through rattled again. I glanced up once and saw, in the weak wash of Riley's light bouncing off the walls, the faint shudder of the metal, like someone was testing its strength with their hands. Then that stopped. "Do you think he is coming down?" I gasped. Riley did not answer right away. She only pushed harder, taking the steps 2 at a time. Her face was pale, lips pressed thin. From somewhere higher up, his voice floated down again. Not from directly beyond the door now, but from above it, farther up the well, like he had stepped back onto the landing and leaned over the rail. "My little rabbit, he called, almost sing-song. "Basement is a dead end." The words rolled down the stairwell like a chant, catching on the concrete edges, doubling back in faint echoes so it sounded like more than one person speaking. I stumbled again, not from tripping this time, but from the implication. He knew our route. Of course he did. If this was his territory, if he had been living in Oak Ridge long enough to map out the cul-de-sac and log car colors, the service stairs were not a secret to him. The hidden basement entrance was not hidden at all. "He is trying to get in your head," Riley said finally. "Do not listen. We can cut across. There is another way." Her words came fast, hitting the air almost on top of each other. She sounded less certain now, but there was a thread of stubbornness there, the same streak that had dragged us up to the roof. We dropped past the 3rd-floor landing, the cracked exit sign there buzzing faintly as we went by. The 2nd-floor door rushed up, then down. With every flight, the air grew heavier, damper, the basement smell creeping back into our lungs as we descended. He did not chase in the way you picture in horror movies. There was no frenzied clatter of boots right behind us. No hand grabbing at my jacket. No shouted demands or threats. Instead, his footsteps moved in their own rhythm somewhere above. Slower now, echoing in ways that made it impossible to tell if he was directly over our heads or one flight higher. Sometimes the sound slid away, as if he had stepped into another corridor. Then, a moment later, it would return, a single heel hitting concrete just loud enough to say, "Still here." "Riley." His voice drifted once more, fainter but clearly amused. "Leaving so soon?" My lungs burned. The concrete steps blurred at the edges. The only thing keeping my knees from buckling was the knowledge that if I fell, I would slow us both down, and his slow, patient pace above said he was counting on exactly that. We reached the bottom of the stairwell, or what I thought was the bottom. The familiar landing that led back toward the basement corridor we had first entered from the bulkhead. The air down here was thick with cold, the smell of mildew and old metal wrapping around us again. Riley stopped just long enough to suck in a breath and listen. From above, his footsteps continued, unhurried, somewhere in the coiling loops of the building. His voice did not call down again, but I could still hear it in my head. That rough drawl wrapping itself around her name, around the word friend, around this time. He knew where we were headed. He knew the exits. He knew the ways out, and the places where they did not lead out at all. And by the way, his steps never broke into a run, never stumbled, never sped up to match the panic in ours. It was clear he believed that eventually, down here in his maze, he would not need to hurry at all. 5-1. The run back to the field. The last flight of stairs emptied us back into the basement corridor we had first walked through on the way in. But it did not feel like the same hallway anymore. On the way down earlier, it had just been a creepy old service level, tiles, mildew, old signs. Now, every inch of it felt like the inside of something alive. Like we were moving along the throat of the building and it was deciding whether to swallow us or spit us out. The smell hit me first. The familiar mix of damp concrete, old cleaner, and rust. But it seemed thicker, almost oily now, clinging to the back of my tongue. The air was colder too, rolling out from the black mouths of side rooms in slow waves. Riley turned her light up a notch and started down the hallway without slowing, shoes slapping the gray tiles. I followed, a few steps behind, my own beam swinging wildly over the doors we had already passed once that night. The signs on the walls flashed by in pieces. Rad, lawn, org. They were just letters now, stripped of meaning. The dripping sounds were louder, each plip from the ceiling hitting puddles with a strangely sharp echo, like distant footfalls trying to disguise themselves as water. We passed the laundry room, the industrial washers hulking in the dark. The handprint on the metal surface was still there, but I did not let my light linger on it this time. The folding chair under the vent came and went in a flash of white plastic. The snack wrapper glinted once and was gone. Everything that had fascinated me before, the evidence of other people, other lives hiding in the cracks, felt different now. These were not signs of fellow explorers. They were traces of neighbors in a neighborhood that belonged to one man. We were just cutting through his living room to get back out. Our footsteps bounced off the walls, overlapping with each other. Thud, 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 like a panicked heartbeat. Somewhere behind us, farther back in the building, there were other sounds layered into the echo. A door closing, maybe, or the scrape of something dragged along a floor. It was impossible to tell where they came from, only that they existed. The bulkhead door was ahead now, visible as a darker rectangle at the end of the corridor, where the tiles met the raw concrete steps. The draft leaking in from outside carried the faintest breath of fresh air. Wet grass, night wind, the lingering bite of early fall. "Come on," Riley said. Her voice was low, steady, but her shoulders were tight. She took the steps 2 at a time, her hand skimming the rusted rail for balance. I hung back half a beat, turning my light down the rest of the basement hall one last time. That was when I saw him. He was standing at the far end of the corridor, where the shadows were thickest. Not running, not even walking, just standing, facing us. The flashlight beam reached him only weakly from that distance, enough to carve out an outline. A man-sized shape in a dark hoodie, shoulders slightly forward, head tilted the same way it had been behind the glass. I could not see his face clearly, but I did not need to. The angle of his body, the way he occupied the center of the hallway, said enough. He was not trying to close the distance. He was watching us leave. For a split second, the stupid, polite part of my brain thought he almost looked like a host walking guests to the door, making sure they found their way out of the house. The thought made my skin crawl. "Do not stare," Riley hissed from above me. "Just go." I tore my eyes away and started up the steps. Every instinct screamed at me to keep my back pressed to the wall, not expose my spine, not give him a clear line. But the only way out was up. I put one hand on the rail and climbed, feeling the rough rust under my fingers. As I reached the middle of the stairs, I could not help it. I looked over my shoulder, just once. He had not moved. Still at the end of the hall, still framed by the dim, dying emergency lights, a dark line where his shoulders cut across the lighter wall. I thought I saw his hand lift slightly, like he might be resting it on the wall, or maybe just raising it in the ghost of a wave. Then the angle was gone as I reached the landing. Riley shouldered the bulkhead door hard. It resisted for a second, swollen by damp and years, then tore open with a deep metallic groan that made my teeth ache. The cold outside air hit us full in the face, and for a moment I actually staggered. After the heavy, sour air of the basement, the night outside felt almost violent. The wind cut across the opening, sharp and alive, carrying the smells of wet dirt and long grass and distant highway exhaust. It slapped the damp of Oak Ridge off my skin in one go. We stumbled up into the open, shoes scraping the concrete of the bulkhead, breath coming out in harsh clouds. The building loomed above us now, a black mass blotting out a section of the sky, its broken windows blind and empty. Riley yanked the door shut behind us. The hinges shrieked in protest, and then the metal slammed into its frame with a booming bang that echoed across the empty parking lot and bounced back from the tree line. The sound was so loud against the outdoor quiet that my ears rang for a few seconds afterward. It felt like we had just hit the building across the face. Then there was only the wind, the faint rustle of field grass, and the far-off hiss of cars on Route 12. We did not look back at the door. We ran. The field felt twice as long as before. The wet grass, which had only numbed my shins on the way in, now slapped up against my legs like it was trying to grab hold. The ground sucked at our shoes, soft and uneven, patches of mud opening under our soles and threatening to twist our ankles. My shoes had picked up a layer of muck somewhere between the basement and here. Each footfall landed with a heavy, wet slap. Clumps of dirt flung up behind us, pattering against our calves. I kept my eyes fixed on the faint glow of the streetlight over the cul-de-sac, refusing to turn around. I did not want to see the silhouette of the building. I did not want to know if one of those upper floor windows had a shadow in it now. Something tall and thin pressed up against the broken glass, watching two small shapes struggle across the field. The air in my chest burned. My throat felt raw, each breath scraping down and back out. There was a point about halfway across where my legs started to lose coordination, my knees threatening to buckle with every step. "Do not stop," Riley panted beside me. "We stop, we think. We think, we go back, just keep going." Her voice came in chopped bursts, punched out between breaths. The closer we got to the cul-de-sac, the louder civilization became. The hum from the storage lot sign buzzed faintly. Somewhere beyond the tree line, a dog barked twice and was shushed. The distant siren of an ambulance wailed for a moment, then faded as it turned away toward town. We hit the cracked asphalt of the dead-end road like it was a finish line. My shoes slipped once on the sudden change in texture, the mud on my soles skidding before catching. The single streetlight poured down on us, swallowing some of the darkness that had wrapped around us in the field. Under its glow, my hands looked pale and shaking. Flecks of dirt and something darker splattered on the cuffs of my hoodie. Riley's cheeks were flushed above the line of her hoodie, her eyes wide and bright. We did not say anything at first. We just turned, almost automatically, toward our cars. My Civic sat exactly where I had left it, silver paint looking almost white under the lamp. Riley's Subaru gleamed dully a few spaces away, hood speckled with whatever the wind had carried. For a stupid, surreal second, it was like we had just come out of a movie theater. That strange re-entry into the world where everything looks too normal. My fingers fumbled with the handle. I remembered, at the last second, not to hit the key fob. I unlocked the door manually instead, the mechanism clacking softly in the near silence. When I pulled it open, the cabin light flared to life, a soft, yellowish glow that felt almost holy after the flashlight beams and emergency reds. It carved out a small, cozy rectangle of space, fabric seats, a crumpled fast food bag on the passenger floor, a half-empty bottle of water in the cup holder. For the first time in what felt like hours, something in me let go. The sight of that stupid, messy little interior hit me like a wave. I slid into the driver's seat and pulled the door shut. The door thunked closed, and the outside sounds muffled, reduced to a dull wash. My hands were shaking. Not a little tremor, but full-on vibrations that made my keys rattle against each other when I tried to slot them into the ignition. I had to stop for a second, rest my wrists on the steering wheel, and just breathe. In the Subaru, Riley's cabin light was on too. I could see her in my side mirror, shoulders hunched, head tipped back against the headrest. Her hands covered her face for a moment, then dropped to her lap. I turned the key. The engine coughed once, then caught, the dashboard lights flicking on in their familiar sequence. The heater fan whirred to life, blowing tepid air across my legs. The radio came on low, some late-night DJ mumbling about a song in a calm, bored tone that had no place in the same universe as the last hour of my life. My heartbeat did not slow. It felt like it was trying to punch its way out through my sternum, refusing to believe walls and a windshield and a steering wheel meant safety. For a full minute, maybe two, I did not put the car in gear. I just sat there in the pool of cabin light, fingers wrapped white-knuckled around the wheel, listening to the Civic's engine idle and the faint, ordinary hum of the world beyond the glass. The building was behind us now, hidden by trees and darkness, but the knowledge that he was still in there, that he had watched us go, recorded our cars, said her name, sat in the back seat like a third passenger, breathing quietly, waiting to see what we would do next. 5. 2. Fast food and slow questions. I do not remember most of the drive from the cul-de-sac to the highway. I remember the first right turn, the way the steering wheel felt slick under my hands because my palms were still sweating. I remember glancing in the rearview mirror twice, half expecting to see a pair of headlights appear out of nowhere behind us, even though there was nothing but dark trees and that one lonely streetlight shrinking in the distance. After that, it all blurred into streaks of sodium lamps and the numb autopilot sense of following a route my body knew better than my brain at that point. Riley drove in front of me, the taillights of her Subaru a steady pair of red dots leading the way back toward town. I kept my Civic a couple of car lengths behind, watching those dots like they were a lifeline. Every time they turned, I turned. We merged onto the small loop of road that fed into Route 12. The highway itself looked almost comforting now. Lanes clearly marked, reflectors blinking, signs telling you where you were going and how far it was until the next exit. Cars flowed by, not many at that hour, but enough that their headlights and taillights painted a steady rhythm on the pavement. We did not go all the way back into town. At the next big interchange, Riley flicked on her blinker and slid off toward a low cluster of lights in the near distance. I recognized the shape from the glowing sign before I saw the building. Wendy's, the 24-hour one that sat in the triangle between the highway and the frontage road. The neon red of the sign looked almost aggressive after the muted colors of Oak Ridge. The big cartoon smiling face on the logo glowed with that fake cheer brightness only fast food places manage at midnight. The drive-thru was still open, a small line of 3 cars snaking around the building. The menu board cast a sickly digital glow onto the nearest vehicle, bathing it in flickering pictures of burgers and combo numbers. The speaker crackled as a tired voice asked what they wanted, followed by the faint, distorted reply of someone ordering too much food for that hour. Riley did not join the line. She pulled into the parking lot instead and took a spot near the back, where the light from the building did not quite reach. I swung in a space away from her, then changed my mind and moved closer, parking hood to hood at an angle so we could see each other through our windshields if we wanted to. There were a few other vehicles scattered around. A couple of pickup trucks, paint dulled by years of sun and salt. A white sedan with pizza delivery magnets still on the doors, driver's seat empty. In the far corner, under a burnt-out light, sat a police cruiser. The black and white paint job made it a darker shape in the shadows, but the reflective lettering on the side still caught enough stray light to read City Police in ghostly outline. No one sat visible in the front seat. If there was an officer in there at all, they were leaned back or looking at a laptop out of sight. I killed the engine. The sudden quiet inside my car made the world outside louder. I heard the drive-through speaker across the lot, the voice from it warbling through static. The fryers inside the building hissed and popped, a steady, oily sound under everything. The faint smell of hot oil, salt, and grilled meat drifted across the asphalt and through my vents, riding on the night air. My stomach flipped. I could not tell if it was hunger or leftover adrenaline. After a second, Riley got out of her car and walked over, tapping on my window with her knuckles. I flinched before my brain caught up and recognized her silhouette. "Come on," she said when I cracked the door. "Hey, do you need sugar or salt or both?" We went inside, ordered almost at random, burgers, fries, a Frosty each, then retreated back to our respective cabins to eat. Neither of us wanted to sit under the fluorescent lighting and cheerful posters. The thought of being around other people, even bored teenagers in paper hats, felt wrong. Back in the Civic, I balanced the paper bag on my lap, the warmth of the fries seeping into my jeans. The smell filled the tiny space, thick and familiar. I unwrapped the burger mostly because my hands needed something to do. For the first few minutes, we did not say anything. We just ate mechanically, staring out through our windshields at the mix of red neon and white headlights sliding past on the road. The AC in my car hummed softly, blowing cool air across the back of my neck. Every so often, the drive-through speaker flared louder as someone leaned too close to their mic, then dropped back to a staticky whisper. Grease slicked my fingers. The fries were hot enough to almost hurt, but I shoved them into my mouth anyway, chewing without tasting. My body was trying to reassert normal routines. Eat, breathe, listen to background noise, as if that would overwrite what had just happened. The police cruiser sat unmoving in my peripheral vision, parked at an angle that gave it a good view of the lot entrance and the drive-through lane. Through the murky glass of its windshield, I could see the faint glow of some equipment on the dash. Every now and then, a thin snatch of radio chatter drifted across the lot, barely audible, short bursts of numbers, a coded phrase, static. I found myself watching that car more than anything else. It was like having a fire extinguisher in the room with you while your oven smoked. Not quite enough to make you calm, just enough to remind you that the fire exists. Inside my Civic, the plastic spoon in my frosty cup clinked softly against the styrofoam whenever my hand shook. Eventually, the silence between us thickened enough that words had to go somewhere. I turned slightly in my seat and looked over at Riley's car. She was lit from below by the light of her dashboard and the Wendy's sign reflecting off her windshield. Her hoodie was pushed back, hair sticking slightly to her forehead. She had her frosty cup balanced on her steering wheel, spoon hanging out of it. I rolled my window down halfway and leaned toward the open space. After a second, she did the same. The night air slid in between our cars, carrying the smell of fries and the faint, greasy perfume of the fryer vent. "Who was that?" I asked. The question came out rougher than I planned. My voice scraped raw by breathing too hard for too long. Riley stared straight ahead for a moment, watching a lone sedan pull through the drive-through and out onto the road. Her jaw twitched once. "Just some squatter," she said. "He hangs around there. I told you people live in that place." "He knew your name." I did not raise my voice. I did not have to. The words felt heavy enough on their own. Her fingers tightened around the frosty cup, the plastic creaking faintly. "We ran into him once," she said. "Before. He is just one of those guys who hears a name once and thinks that makes you friends for life." "What did he mean by this time?" I asked. The words sat between us, sharp and bare. This time. Riley's eyes flicked toward me, then away. She dug her spoon into the frosty like it had personally offended her, scooped up a chunk, and shoved it into her mouth. "I used to go there a lot," she said finally after she swallowed. "You already know that. You saw the pictures. It was a thing. I take people up, they freak out, they get a story out of it. We get a rooftop view. They feel like they did something edgy. It was stupid, but..." She shrugged one shoulder. "Better than sitting at home." "So," I said slowly, "I am not the first." Her laugh came out short and humorless. "Did you think you were?" I did not answer that. "Did he ever do that before?" I asked instead. "The door, the watching, the maps." She stared down at the frosty cup, turning it in small rotations between her hands. The plastic spoon hit the side with a series of faint taps. "He has always been weird," she said. "He pops up, stands in hallways, watches." I thought he was more of a ghost story with skin. Somebody you tell new people about to make them feel creeped out, and then nothing actually happens. I mean, yeah, I have heard him talk before, but never like that. He sounded like he knew you, I said. Not just your name. Her throat worked. She took another slow bite of Frosty. Her eyes kept sliding away from mine, off toward the police car, toward the red neon flare of the Wendy's sign, toward anything else. Maybe I went out there too much, she said. Maybe I gave him something to latch onto. Some people cling. They see someone come back a few times and build a whole story in their heads. It is not that deep. It felt deep. It felt like trenches cut around the building, like paths walked 1,000 nights. But I let her answer sit there for a minute, because pushing harder meant acknowledging out loud how far over our heads we might actually be. Across the lot, the police radio in the cruiser crackled again. A burst of static, then a voice. Copy that, Unit 4, en route, 10 minutes out. Then silence. The officer inside did not move. I looked at that car and imagined myself getting out of my Civic, walking up to the driver's side window, knocking, the glass sliding down with that squeak, the officer's tired eyes flicking over me, noting my clothes, my dirty shoes, the Wendy's bag still on my seat. What seems to be the problem? He would ask. And I would say, there is a man living in an abandoned psychiatric hospital out by the quarry. He keeps maps of the parking lot. He writes down cars and times. He watched us through a rooftop door. He pressed his hand against the glass of a psych ward cell and followed us in the halls without running. He knew her name. He said, "This time." I pictured his face as I tried to explain the feeling of someone's footsteps not hurrying, the way their voice curled down a stairwell, the way an eye in a dark gap could feel more dangerous than a shout. What did we have? No bruises except for the one forming on my leg. No cuts, no video, no photos. Just two dirty, shaken adults who had trespassed on posted property and were now complaining that someone who might also be trespassing had scared them. At best, he would sigh, write down a note, drive out there, shine a flashlight at a few doors, find nothing, and go back to dealing with DUIs and domestic calls. At worst, he would ask how much we had had to drink, and whether we understood we had just admitted to a crime ourselves. He will sound like a story, I thought. And stories do not get police reports. I realized, with a small, bitter taste in the back of my mouth, that a part of me was already filing the whole night away that way too. Riley scraped the bottom of her frosty cup, spoon clinking. "We are okay," she said, but she did not sound convinced. We got out. He has probably already forgotten us. The radio in the cruiser hissed again, then went quiet. I looked at the empty highway beyond the lot, the glow of Route 12 stretching off into the dark. The idea that someone who keeps maps, who logs cars and times and colors, could ever forget anything did not make sense. But we sat there anyway, in our two little islands of light and fast food smell, pretending the thin metal and glass around us were walls, and the man back on the ridge was just a weird guy in a weird place we would never have to see again. 5.3. Riley's confession. The food sat heavy in my stomach, like I had swallowed a brick wrapped in grease. The adrenaline had burned off just enough to leave behind that shaky, hollow feeling, where your hands are not trembling anymore, but your nerves still feel flayed open. We had been parked there a while. The Wendy's sign kept humming behind us, neon red buzzing faintly against the dark. The drive-through line had thinned to almost nothing, just the occasional car rolling up, idling for a minute, then gliding away with a bag of food and no idea what was sitting out here in the back of the lot. Riley had turned her engine off. My Civic was still on, idling low. The AC blew cool air that smelled faintly like fries and frosty in the lingering damp of the field. For a few minutes, we just existed. 2 parked cars, 2 people in their 20s who should have been scrolling their phones, thinking about work tomorrow, complaining about how late it was. Instead, we stared at the same patch of darkness and pretended breathing was enough. It was Riley who broke the quiet this time. I should probably tell you something, she said. Her voice sounded different, flatter, like she had scraped all the bravado off it and left only the bare structure underneath. I rolled my window down all the way. She did the same. The night settled in the gap between us, cooler now, carrying highway noise and the distant hiss of the fryer vents. "Okay," I said. She stared straight ahead, not at me. Her fingers picked at the edge of the empty frosty cup, peeling a strip of the waxed paper label away in slow curls. "I did not find Oak Ridge last year," she said, "or from some random Urbex forum. I have been going out there since high school." That tracked, more than I wanted it to. The way she had moved through the halls, the way she knew which doors stuck and which stairwells looped. Back then, it was a group thing, she went on. There were 4 of us. Me, a girl from band, 2 guys from the film club. We were idiots, thought we were edgy for sneaking beers and taking moody pictures in abandoned places. Oak Ridge was our big score. Someone's older brother dropped us off on the road once, and we walked in like we owned it. I could almost see it. Teenagers where we had been. Younger voices bouncing off the same tiles, their flashlights cutting through the same dust. "One of the guys," she said, "Evan. He was really into the idea of using the hospital for a short film. Horror, of course. Shaky cam, found footage, that whole thing. He liked that Oak Ridge had history, lawsuits, rumors, whatever. He said if we played it right, we would not even need to fake half the scary stuff." She let out a small, humorless huff of air that might once have been a laugh. "We used to go out there with his camera, not just once, a bunch of times. Mostly stayed on the first couple floors, the roof. Basements freaked them out. Psych ward too. But he wanted shots, so..." She shrugged. "We went deeper, a couple years later, after graduation." The police radio in the cruiser in the corner crackled softly. A burst of static, a coded phrase, then silence again. "One night," she said, "it was just me and him. Everyone else was over it by then, doing college or drugs or getting married, whatever. He texted me like, 'Let's get one last night at Oak Ridge before they tear it down.' They have been saying they will tear it down since I was 15, by the way. Place just sits there and rots instead." Her fingers had peeled halfway around the circumference of the cup now. The little strip of label curled tight between her thumb and forefinger. "We went in basically the same way we did tonight. Field, bulkhead, basement. He wanted shots of the psych ward corridors. You know, doors, glass, that whole asylum aesthetic." I did not say anything. I already knew most of the layout by heart now. "We heard the footsteps then too," she said quietly. "The same way. Slow. Heavier than us. Not hurrying." Her eyes flicked to me for a second, checking if I understood the weight of that. I did. "We thought it was security," she went on. "That was the only thing that made sense to us. Some old guy the township hired to walk through a couple nights a week so they could say they tried. Evan actually got excited about that. Said if we could get a shot of him from far down the hall, all silhouetted, it would make the whole movie." Her lips twisted on the imitation of his voice. "So we did what teenagers do," she said. "We hid in a room off the psych corridor, one of those observation ones with the bars on the window. He aimed the camera through the glass. We watched the hallway, and he came." She did not have to say who. "Same hoodie," she said. "Maybe not the exact same one, but same color, same hang. He had a beanie on that night, dark, pulled low, walked right past our door without looking in." Evan whispered, "Dude, this is perfect," and followed him. I stayed back. I thought we were going to get kicked out, yelled at, roughed up, whatever. But you could hear the steps. One pair, then his, then just the one pair again. She swallowed. The Wendy's sign buzzed a little louder for a second, then settled. "He came back 5 minutes later," she said. "Evan, no bruises, no broken camera. Said security just told him to stay out of the stairwells, that they were unstable. He had that weird look, though. You know when someone has just had a conversation, they are not going to tell you word for word. He had that. But he laughed it off, and I let it go, because nothing ever happens to people you know. Not really. That is for the news, for other towns." Her hand finally stilled on the cup. "A few months later," she said, "Evan disappeared. The word sat there between us, plain and heavy." "Disappeared how?" I asked. "No one could reach him," she said. "Phone dead, socials quiet. His mom thought he was staying with his dad. His dad thought he was staying with his mom. Typical divorce mess. By the time they realized no one had actually seen him in weeks, it was old. Police did the basic stuff. Checked his friends, checked bus stations, talked about voluntary absence. No car abandoned on a bridge, no note. Just gone." The drive-through speaker crackled on as someone else pulled up, ordered something small, then rolled away. "You think it was Oak Ridge?" I said. Not a question. She shook her head once, sharply. "I think he is gone," she said. "I think the last place he ever really cared about was that stupid building. I do not have proof. I do not have footage. I do not have anything except the way the hairs on my neck have stood up every time I have driven past that place since. Like something behind those windows is remembering me." Her voice went even quieter. "And yeah," she said, "I think about that man. The one in the hoodie. The one tonight. The way he said my name like we have been doing this for years." I stared at her across the gap between our cars. The police cruiser sat unmoving behind her shoulder, like punctuation. "So why bring me there?" I asked. "Really?" She flinched just slightly. Her eyes finally met mine, and there it was. The thing she had been circling around since we left the cul-de-sac. "Because I wanted to know if he was still there," she said. "If I made him up. If I attached him to Evan because my brain needed somewhere to put the fear. I kept thinking if I went back and nothing happened, I could finally stop replaying that night." "Why me?" I asked. The answer came too fast to be anything but honest. "Because I did not want to go alone," she said. "And I am not stupid enough to go back with one of the same people I went with before." There it was. "I was bait," I said, not angry, just stating the shape of it out loud. Her face tightened. "Not bait," she said quickly. "I was not planning to feed you to him or something. I just knew I would chicken out if I did it alone. I thought rooftop, a couple of creepy hallways, maybe some noises, and that would be it. Same as always. Then I could file him away as just another weird guy. I did not think he would..." She broke off, jaw working. I did not think he would escalate. We sat with that word, escalate. On the radio, some late-night host's voice faded out, replaced by a newsreader. I had not even realized the volume was still up until the tone changed. Coming up after the break, the voice said, we will be looking at a series of unsolved disappearances in the county over the last decade, and why some families say they are still waiting for answers. The phrase unsolved disappearances cut clean through the car like a draft. I glanced at the display. The station was one of those talk-heavy AM channels that only really came alive after 11. I turned the volume down until the words were just a murmur, like a conversation in another room you are trying not to overhear. Outside, a turn signal clicked, tick, 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 as someone waited to pull out of the lot. The orange blink reflected in my side mirror, flashing against Riley's windshield in a slow rhythm. Streetlights lined the frontage road beyond, casting their cones of yellow onto the empty asphalt. You could have told me, I said eventually, about Evan, about him, about what you were looking for. Would you have come? She asked. I thought about the map on the wall, about the way the door had slammed on the roof, about his voice sliding down the stairwell with her name wrapped in it. Maybe not, I said. Exactly, she replied. She sounded tired, not smug, not triumphant, just done. I did not know how to ask anyone to help me find out if my nightmare was real without sounding insane. For a second, I felt the sting of being used, of being slotted into someone else's private hunt as the extra piece they needed to feel brave. But under that, deeper, there was something else. An understanding I did not like admitting. If it had been me, if the building outside my town had swallowed one of my friends and spat back nothing but silence and rumor, would I have stayed away for good? Or would I have gone back again and again, dragging other people along, half for company, half to prove to myself that the story did not end with me? The turn signal outside stopped ticking. A car rolled out of the lot, its headlights sweeping briefly across our windshields before turning onto the frontage road and disappearing into the chain of streetlights. I will take you home, I said. She nodded, a small, grateful dip of her chin, then rolled her window back up. We pulled out of the Wendy's lot in tandem, my Civic following her Subaru once more. The police cruiser stayed where it was, a dark shape under a dead light, doing nothing at all about the man in the hoodie on the ridge or the building full of echoes one exit down. On the drive back, the turn signal in my Civic clicked tick-tick every time I changed lanes. The streetlights along the main road slid across the windshield in a rhythm. Bright, dark, bright, dark. Like someone slowly flicking a switch on and off above us. The radio murmured low the whole time. The news segment about unsolved cases bleeding into another story about budget meetings and patrol shortages. None of it mentioned Oak Ridge by name. No one said anything about a man who kept maps of cars and times on a ward wall. From the outside, it was just another silent landmark passed in the dark, its windows black, its sign half gone, its history pushed quietly out of mind. Inside my car, with Riley sitting in the passenger seat now, watching the road ahead with her arms crossed tight. It felt less like a building and more like a question we had answered wrong, with the simple, careless choice to say yes to a date that should have been just coffee. 6.1. First night back home. By the time I dropped Riley off and made it back to my place, the night had gone from black to that washed-out gray you get just before dawn. The parking lot outside my apartment building looked like it always did. Rows of cars under buzzing lights, the far glow of the Walmart sign staining the sky a dirty blue. but it felt like I was looking at it from the wrong body. I parked in my usual spot, third row down, where I could see the building entrance and the dumpster and my own balcony 3 floors up. Same crack in the asphalt by my front tire. Same crooked shopping cart someone had left near the curb. Same old Honda with the missing hubcap 2 spaces over. Normal. Familiar. I sat there for a minute with the engine off, hands still on the steering wheel, letting the silence inside the Civic settle. The world outside kept doing what it does. A car door slammed somewhere. A distant truck on the main road downshifted with a low growl. The chirp of a key fob locking a car cut through the lot with its usual fake, cheerful confirmation. It should have been comforting. Instead, every sound landed wrong. I finally forced myself to get out. The air felt warmer here than it had at Oak Ridge, but I still wrapped my hoodie closer around me like I was trying to keep that basement smell from seeping back in. The security light over the side entrance flickered once as I walked under it, then steadied. I checked over my shoulder out of habit. No one there. Just the lot and the Walmart and the wide, ordinary space of a middle-of-the-night suburb. Inside, the building smelled like it always did. A mix of laundry detergent, old carpet, and whatever someone on the second floor had cooked for dinner too many hours ago. My sneakers squeaked slightly on the tile as I crossed the lobby. The elevator was at another floor when I hit the button. The small screen above the door showed it at 1, then 2, then 3. It dinged once on each, the sound too bright for the hour. When the doors slid open with their familiar shk, it was empty. I stepped in and hit 3. The doors closed, and the little car began its slow climb. On the way up, I caught myself staring at the corners of the ceiling, at the small black eye of the security camera in the corner. I had never paid much attention to it before. It was just part of the building, something you glance at when you first move in and then forget. Now, all I could think about was how it saw people, framed, centered, tracked as they stepped in and out. Log entries in a system, timestamps, pixelated movement stored somewhere until someone needed to replay it. The elevator dinged again. 3rd floor. The doors hissed open. The hallway was lit with that tired, end-of-shift fluorescent brightness. Thin gray carpet ran down the middle, patched where years of furniture moves had worn it thinner. The walls were off-white, scuffed at ankle height from countless bags and boxes brushing past. Somewhere behind one of the doors, a TV murmured. I could not hear the words, just the cadence of a commercial. Bright voices, quick cuts, a jingle faintly bleeding through the drywall. Another unit had music playing low, bass thudding soft and steady like a heartbeat under the hall. I unlocked my door, stepped inside, and shut the deadbolt out of habit. The click of it sliding into place had never sounded particularly important before. Tonight, it echoed louder in my head than the slam of the rooftop door. My apartment looked exactly the same as when I had left it hours earlier. Couch facing the TV, little dining table with one chair pulled out, kitchen counter with a stack of unopened mail. My fridge hummed in the corner, compressor cycling up into its usual soft growl. From the bedroom, the central AC pushed a faint stream of air through the vent, making the vertical blinds over the balcony door tremble a little. Nothing was different. Everything was different. I dropped my keys into the bowl by the door and flinched at the clatter. It was too close to the sound of his keys, that muted jingle on his belt as he walked the psych ward hallway. My brain overlapped the two for a second, and my stomach rolled. In the bathroom, I turned on the light and caught my reflection in the mirror over the sink. For a moment, my heart jumped, like I was seeing someone else in my apartment. A stranger in my hoodie, hair messed up, eyes too wide. It was just me. But I did not look like someone who had just gone exploring. I looked like someone who had nearly stepped into a hole they could not see the bottom of. My eyes were bloodshot, red webs spreading out from the iris. My face looked tighter somehow, as if my expressions had been held in one position for too long and were only now releasing. I turned the shower on hotter than usual, waited for the steam to cloud the glass, then stepped under it and stood there until the hot water bordered on painful. The spray drummed against the back of my neck, my shoulders, the bruise forming on my leg where I had hit the stair. There is a thing people say about showers washing away bad days. This was not that. No amount of soap and heat was going to scrub away the feeling of his eye through the rooftop door or the sound of his voice sliding down the stairwell. But the physical act of standing under something loud and predictable helped a little. When I stepped out, the bathroom mirror was fogged over completely. I wiped a streak through it with my hand and saw myself again, a little less ghost-like around the edges. Back in the main room, I turned the TV on, not to watch anything in particular, just to have noise that was not made by my own thoughts. Some late-night rerun of a sitcom flickered onto the screen, characters laughing in canned bursts. I left the volume low enough that their words blended into a meaningless murmur. I walked the apartment once, checking everything. Front door, deadbolt locked, chain slide across. I tugged on the knob just to feel the resistance. Bedroom window, latched. I pressed my fingers to the glass and felt the cool of the night on the other side. Balcony slider, locked, bar in place along the track, blinds closed. Through a gap between two slats, I could see the parking lot below, the Walmart sign glowing, the halos of streetlights. A car door shut somewhere down there, followed by the familiar beep-beep of a lock confirmation. Normal. All of it normal. I turned off the main lights one by one, each click plunging another piece of the apartment into shadow, until only the glow from the TV and the soft green numbers on the microwave clock remained. In the bedroom, I left the door slightly ajar, the way I always did. The AC vent hummed overhead, the steady whoosh of air filling the quiet. The neighbor upstairs walked from one side of their place to the other, floorboards transferring the hollow thud-thud of their steps. It was all the same small noises that had once made me feel less alone. Tonight, they felt like something else entirely. Not company, but evidence. Proof that walls were thin, that systems were connected, that sound traveled whether you wanted it to or not. I sat on the edge of the bed, phone in my hand, thumb resting on the screen without really doing anything. For a moment, I considered texting Riley again, just a simple, "You home?" or "You okay?" Something to reassure myself that the last time I had seen her, in the glow of my dashboard dropping her off, had not been the last time. I did not. I had no idea what I would say after that. Sorry I elbowed the man who may or may not have eaten your friend. Instead, I set the phone on the nightstand, screen facing up. I lay back, staring at the ceiling, listening. Neighbor's TV laughed through the wall, a punchline I could not hear followed by a burst of audience noise. The elevator at the end of the hall chimed softly, a far-off ding, then the muffled sliding of doors opening, then closing. From the parking lot, faint through the glass, another car chirped as it locked, that double beep-beep like a little cartoon bird. Tires rolled slowly over asphalt, then stopped. Gradually, the building settled into its late-night rhythm. The roof creaked once as the temperature outside changed. Pipes somewhere in the plumbing stack gave a quiet, distant ping. The AC cycled off, leaving a brief, heavier quiet before kicking back on with a soft whoomp. I reached over and turned the TV off. The room went darker, the blue glow from the screen dying into nothing. For a few seconds, I lay in the dark with nothing but the apartment's own sounds. Then my phone lit up. The sudden rectangle of white on the nightstand made me flinch harder than any noise. The screen glowed against the dark ceiling, casting a faint, cold light across my face. One new message. From a number I did not recognize. No name, no contact photo. Just 10 digits and a small preview line I could not quite read from where I was, without leaning closer. The vibration had been set to silent hours ago, but even without the buzz, I felt it like a shock through the mattress. I stared at that little glowing rectangle for a long, stretched-out moment, my heartbeat starting to climb again for the first time since I left the Wendy's parking lot. The building around me hummed and breathed like it always had. Somewhere down the hall, the elevator dinged again, doors sliding open for someone I could not see. In the middle of all that ordinary noise, the light from that unknown number sat on my nightstand like an open eye, waiting for me to pick it up. 6.2. The first photo. It is amazing how long you can stare at a glowing rectangle from 2 feet away without moving. The phone screen lit the ceiling with a faint, cold wash. My own face reflected dimly in the black edge of it, a ghost floating in the bezel. I finally reached over, thumb hesitating just an inch above the glass before I made myself unlock it. One new message, unknown number. No preview text, just the word attachment. There was a half second where my brain tried to bargain. Spam. Wrong number. Some auto text from a company I forgot to unsubscribe from. Anything boring. I tapped it. The message opened. There were no words, just a single photo. It filled the screen in one smooth motion, resolving from blocky blur into sharp lines and shadows. For a second, my brain did not understand what it was seeing. It was dark, grainy in that way low-light shots always are, lit primarily by a single streetlight casting yellow onto cracked asphalt. Then the scene clicked into place like a puzzle. It was the cul-de-sac behind the storage units, the same dead-end circle of road where I had parked earlier that night. Even without zooming in, I recognized the layout immediately. The curved edge of the asphalt, the patch of scrub grass by the no outlet sign, the long row of storage unit doors beyond. The lone streetlight stood off to one side, its glow pooling on the ground like spilled paint, all the edges falling off into darkness. At the very bottom of the frame, under that light, sat a silver Civic with a familiar dent on the rear fender. My Civic. The angle was wrong for ground level. The shot came from above, looking down at a slight tilt, like someone standing at a high window or on a rooftop leaning over the edge. The tops of the cars were visible, the Subaru's roof catching a thin strip of light, my own windshield reflecting the lamp. I pinched the screen and zoomed in. The pixels swam together, then refocused into sharper shapes. There I was, caught in that flat digital stillness, standing by the driver's side door of my car. My head was slightly down, eyes on the handle, the posture of someone about to climb in. A few feet away, leaning against the front of her Subaru, was Riley. Her body was angled toward me, her face partially turned away, her hair a dark blur under her hood. The glow from the streetlight hit the edge of her cheekbone and the side of her nose. The world around us in the photo was mostly black, the edges of the cul-de-sac dissolving into dark shapes where the brush and trees began. The storage building loomed in the background as a long, dead rectangle, its doors closed and featureless. It took me a second to process the most important part. We had never seen anyone in that circle. Not when we parked. Not when we made small talk between the cars. Not when we crossed into the field. I had scanned the tree line more than once, glanced toward the storage units, looked down the road. Nothing. But someone had been there, or near enough. This photo was not taken from a car. It was too high. It had to be shot from an upper floor window in the storage building, a ladder, a service platform, one of the higher windows in Oak Ridge itself, looking down from the ridge through a zoom lens. The framing was too perfect to be accidental. The cul-de-sac was centered. The streetlight was framed just off to the side to keep it from blowing out the whole image. We were both fully in the shot. Whoever took it knew exactly what they wanted in the frame. My stomach folded in on itself. It felt like the floor under the bed dropped a few inches, even though I was lying down. I stared at the image until my eyes blurred. Then, without meaning to, my fingers went slack. The phone slipped out of my hand, bounced once on the comforter, and landed face up beside my hip. The glow from the screen lit the room at a skewed angle now, throwing warped shadows up the wall. My hands were shaking again. Not the nervous tremor from the car, but a deeper, colder vibration that started somewhere in my chest and worked its way out to my fingertips. Across the apartment, in the kitchen, my fridge chose that exact moment to kick its compressor on. The old unit shuddered once, then began its low, rattling hum. A familiar background noise that had always meant nothing more sinister than, "You bought too many frozen dinners again." The sound rolled through the apartment like normal life reasserting itself. Your appliances are still dumb. Your building still stands. You are still here. It clashed violently with what was on my bed. I picked the phone back up with fingers that did not quite want to close around it. The photo stared back at me, frozen. The grain in the dark parts making it look almost like a painting. I zoomed in again, this time dragging the image all the way to the top. I was looking for a reflection, a shadow, some hint of the photographer. At the upper edge of the frame, there was a faint line, maybe the bottom of a windowsill. In one corner, a sliver of darker darkness that could have been the inside edge of a room. But no face, no silhouette, no trace of who had been holding the camera. I forced my thumb to move to the message field and typed, "Who is this?" I hesitated, then hit send. The text whooshed away, leaving nothing but the little timestamp and the still photo. The typing indicator did not appear. No 3 dots, no delivered read receipt. Just silence. The fridge hummed. The AC vent whispered. Somewhere in the hallway, the elevator dinged faintly as it reached another floor. I watched the screen for a full minute. 2. My eyes began to sting from not blinking enough. Nothing. My brain reached for the next thing it could cling to. Riley. I backed out of the unknown number, found her name in my recent calls, and hit the phone icon before I could overthink it. The ring sounded too loud in my ear, even though I had the volume turned down. 1 ring. 2. 3. Somewhere in the pauses, the narrator from the TV show I had been half watching earlier slipped through my memory. If you are just joining us, we are talking about unsolved cases. On the 4th ring, she answered. Yeah? Her voice was rough with tiredness and something sharper underneath. Did you send me a picture? I blurted. No hello. No easing into it. There was a pause at the other end, a small shift, like she had sat up. What picture? The cul-de-sac, I said. My car, your car, from above. Someone just texted it to me. I did not take any pictures out there tonight, she said. Her words came faster now, breath a little louder. I swear, I did not even have my camera app open. I was too busy trying not to die. It came from a number I do not know, I said. No text, just the photo. Send it to me, she said. My thumb was still shaking as I forwarded the image. A second later, I heard the faint double click of her phone receiving it on her end. Silence stretched while she opened it. Is this from tonight? She asked quietly. Yes, I said. I do not remember anyone being that close, she said. Or that high. Yeah, I said. On her side of the call, something creaked, a bed frame, maybe, or a chair. I pictured her in her room, lights off except for her phone, the photo casting the same cold glow on her face that it had on mine. Could be old, she said weakly, but we both knew it was not. My hoodie in the shot was the same one I was wearing now, lying on the chair by my door. The position of her car matched exactly where we had parked. My brain tried to throw up rational explanations. Long lens from the street? Someone with a drone? A prank? But the angle gnawed at me. It felt intimate, like being looked down on from a bedroom window. I'm going to check my doors again, I said. Good idea, she answered. Her voice did not sound any steadier than mine. Text me if you get anything else. Seriously. We hung up. The apartment felt different now that the line was dead. The glow of the city outside seemed farther away, like the world beyond my walls had pulled back an inch. I got out of bed and made another slow circuit. Front door, deadbolt still vertical, chain still across. I pressed my palm flat against the wood, feeling for any faint vibration of someone leaning on the other side. Nothing. Balcony, blinds closed, lock clicked into place. I slid one slat aside with a fingertip and peered down 3 stories. The parking lot stretched below, lit in drab yellow and gray. Rows of cars slept in their spaces. One midnight blue SUV rolled slowly down the lane, its headlights sweeping across bumpers and dumpsters before turning toward the exit. For just a second, at the far edge of the lot near the shadow of the dumpster, I thought I saw someone standing. A shape. Slim, still. Hood up. My heart slammed against my ribs. I squinted, leaned closer, breath fogging the glass slightly. The shape resolved as the SUV's headlights slid over it. For a blink, it looked like a person's shoulder and head. Then the car kept moving, and the figure dissolved back into what it really was. The dark corner where 2 shadow lines from light poles crossed, layered over the lump of an old snowplow attachment stacked by the fence. Just shadows, just crap in a parking lot. I let the blind fall back into place. Behind me, my fridge clicked off as its cycle finished, plunging the apartment into a deeper quiet for a few seconds, until the AC hummed a little louder to fill the gap. In that small pocket of heavier silence, with the blinds drawn and my phone still glowing faintly on the bed, it occurred to me that the photo was not proof that he had followed us here. It was proof that he had been ahead of us there, already watching when we pulled in, already framed when we got out, already high above or hidden nearby, looking down at the cul-de-sac and deciding which of the 2 cars, which of the 2 people, interested him more. 6.3. The voice in the hallway. The days after Oak Ridge were, almost disappointingly, normal. No more texts, no more unknown numbers, no more late-night photos popping up on my phone. The cul-de-sac shot stayed in my messages like a splinter, but nothing new joined it. I went back to work, sat under fluorescent lights in my little partitioned desk space in the office park near I-75, answered emails, sat through meetings, watched my co-workers argue about nothing on Teams. My boss reminded me about some report. There was a birthday cake in the break room one afternoon for someone in sales. HR sent out a survey. Life, in all its petty, grinding detail, crawled on. In the background, the part of my brain that had stayed behind in the hospital kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. When it did not, the rational part started to get louder again. Could be a prank, it said. Some local kids with a camera. Someone else out there that night who never came inside. Maybe they recognized your car later, found your number somehow. People are weird. I still walked a little faster through the apartment lot at night. I still triple-checked my locks. But every day that passed without another message made it easier to file the whole thing under that flexible mental folder called creepy but explainable. By the end of the week, I had almost convinced myself. Then came Thursday. Work ran late. One of the systems we used decided to pick that night to glitch out, so I stayed past 6 trying to fix a problem that turned out to be the vendor's fault anyway. By the time I pulled into my usual spot at the apartment complex, the sky had already gone full dark, and the Walmart sign was glowing bright over the shopping center like a low-hanging artificial moon. The lot was about half full. A few residents were just getting home, their headlights swinging through the rows. Others were leaving for night shifts, scrubs or uniforms catching the lamplight as they walked to their cars. I locked the Civic with the manual button inside, like I always did now. No more cheerful chirp echoing across the lot. I listened for footsteps as I crossed to the entrance. Just the distant shuffle of someone dragging a trash bag to the dumpster. The soft squeak of a cart being pushed back toward the cart return. Nothing behind me. Inside, the lobby was empty. The overhead lights hummed. A small notice board by the mailboxes had a new flyer on it about pest control treatments. Everything smelled like cleaner and old carpet. The elevator doors were closed, the little digital display above them glowing a tired 1. I pressed the button for 3 and listened to the faint machinery engage above me. The doors slid open with their usual sigh. The elevator was empty. I stepped in, hit 3, and turned around just in time to see the lobby vanish behind the closing doors, replaced by the dull interior and the reflection of my own face in the brushed metal. The car jerked slightly and began to rise. Halfway up, I caught myself staring at the camera in the corner again. The little dark dome, glassy and opaque, watching every second of my ride. Logging my time, my clothes, the way I shifted my weight from one foot to the other. The elevator chimed. 3rd floor, doors open. The hallway stretched ahead exactly like it always did. A strip of gray carpet, off-white walls, a line of identical doors interrupted only by light fixtures and the occasional fake plant. The air was cooler up here, the AC doing its best to keep the building at one bland temperature. The ice machine by the vending niche down the hall was rumbling softly, the bucket inside periodically dropping cubes with a hollow clunk-clunk. Beside it, the soda machine grumbled to life as somebody on the 2nd floor below made a purchase. The internal compressor kicking on with a familiar rattle that echoed faintly through the shaft. I started down the hall toward my door, keys already in hand. My shoes made that dull thud sound on the carpet, the kind of noise you stop hearing a few months after you move in. About halfway down, I heard another set of footsteps behind me. At first, I did not even register them as something to be nervous about. People walk. Buildings full of people come with footsteps as standard equipment. The sound was muted by the carpet, but it carried, heavy, slow, a steady weight landing at regular intervals. Thump, thump, thump. They sounded like they were at the far end of the hall, just around the slight bend by the stairwell door, coming my way but not rushing. Neighbor, I thought. Third floor, big guy, work boots, nothing. I walked a little further, listening without meaning to. The rhythm of my own steps and the ones behind me overlapped weirdly in my ears. Mine were quicker, lighter. The other set stayed at that same unhurried pace. Thump, thump, thump. Something about the cadence brushed against a raw nerve. It was too familiar. My brain tried to ignore the comparison, then failed. The steps in the Oak Ridge stairwell had sounded like that. The same measured drop of weight, the same lack of hurry. A foot hitting concrete with total confidence in the number of steps left to climb. My skin prickled along my arms. I slowed just slightly, enough to let the steps behind me gain. If it was just a neighbor, they would pass me. Maybe nod, maybe mumble a hi. Anything normal would be fine. They did not speed up. They did not slow down. The distance between us stayed the same, always behind, always out of sight. I told myself not to be dramatic. Not every heavy-footed guy in a hallway was connected to an abandoned hospital 20 minutes away. I took 2 more steps, then turned around. The hallway behind me was empty. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, buzzing faintly. The doors on either side were closed, their peepholes like dark little eyes. The bend in the hall near the stairwell was in clear view, the red glow of the exit sign painting the wall at the corner. No one. The footsteps had stopped the second I turned. I stood there for a few long seconds, my breath getting louder in my ears than the building's own noise. My heart thudded in my chest, not quite synced with anything else. I waited for the ice machine to drop more cubes, just to have something else to blame that heavy rhythm on. It stayed quiet. A faint movement caught my eye near one of the vents overhead. Just a thread of air pushing at a cobweb, making it sway. That was all. Something else slipped in under my awareness then. Smell. It came on slow, like you notice a plane in the sky only after it has been there a while. The hallway normally smelled like generic cleaner and carpet. Now there was a new note, faint but distinct. Dampness. Old water. Metal that had been wet too long. It was subtle, like the ghost of a scent, but I knew it instantly. The basement air from Oak Ridge. The humid, mildew-heavy taste of it. My mouth went dry. I did not see anyone. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. Not without one of the doors being open, and they were all shut, their locks engaged. The smell lingered a moment longer, then thinned out, swallowed by the AC's constant circulation. I turned back toward my door and walked the rest of the way faster than I meant to. My keys jangled once in my hand, making me flinch at the sound. Inside my apartment, everything was as I had left it. Couch, TV, the faint hum of the fridge. I locked the door, checked it twice, then tried to shake off the weirdness. You are tired, I told myself. Long day. Brain is pattern-matching sounds that are not there. I managed to half believe it by the time I brushed my teeth and got into bed. Sleep came in patches. I would drift off, sink halfway down, then jolt awake at some small noise. The AC kicking on, the neighbor's toilet flushing, the distant ding of the elevator. Each time I would lie there listening, waiting for something that did not come. At some point, I drifted into that in-between state where your body is heavy and your thoughts float, but you are not fully gone. Time loses edges there. The room around you becomes an impression more than a place. That was when I heard the knocking. It was soft, not the aggressive pounding of someone trying to break in. and not the rapid fire of someone panicking. Just 3 small taps in a row on my front door. Tap, tap, tap. My eyes opened into the dark. For a second, I was not sure if the sound was part of a dream. Then it came again. Tap, tap, tap. I held my breath. My brain scrambled for normal explanations. Late delivery? Wrong apartment? Someone's drunk friend? No one ever knocked on my door unannounced, especially not at whatever after midnight time this was. I swung my legs off the bed, stood up carefully, and padded down the short hallway to my front door. The deadbolt was still turned, chain still across. The peephole stared back at me, a small circle of darker black in the bigger rectangle of the door. I put my eye to it. The hallway outside was empty. The fluorescent overhead light buzzed, casting that same flat white on the carpet and the opposite wall. No shadows, no movement. For a second, as my eye adjusted, the circle of view tunneled in and out, the fisheye effect making the straight lines of the hall warp slightly. It gave me a brief, dizzy feeling, like the building itself was bending toward me. Nothing. I stayed there longer than I needed to, eye pressed against the glass until it hurt. If anyone had been standing just out of sight, pressed to the wall beside my door, I would not have seen them. The peephole only shows what it wants you to see. No more knocks came. Eventually, I stepped back, heart still doing a slow hammer in my chest, and went to sit on the couch, TV remote in my hand, without remembering picking it up. I did not turn the screen on. The dark rectangle of it felt safer than another talking face. Somehow, I slept again before morning. It was the note that made everything tilt for good. I found it the next day. It was early. The light outside that thin, washed-out color it gets just after sunrise when the world is still deciding on a temperature. I had my travel mug in one hand, keys jangling in the other, brain already halfway at work. I opened my door and stepped into the hallway. The carpet in front of my threshold bore the usual faint marks, footprints, vacuum lines, and one small thing that was not usually there, a folded piece of paper. It was plain white, creased once cleanly down the middle. No name, no tape. Just lying there, centered on the mat like junk mail that had slipped under the door and bounced back into the hall. Something about the placement made my skin crawl. I set my coffee on the floor, bent down, and picked it up. The paper was cool to the touch, stiff like it had not been folded long enough to soften at the crease. For a second, I considered not opening it, just dropping it in the trash chute unread. But ignorance does not erase anything, it only delays it. I unfolded it. Inside, in shaky, uneven block letters, someone had written a single sentence. "Your car looks small from up here." No signature, no smiley, no threat, no explanation. Just that. The handwriting tugged at something in my memory. The letters leaned in the same direction, some taller than others, the lines not quite straight. It was clumsy, but careful enough that whoever had written it had taken their time. I saw, in my head, the maps pinned on the wall behind the nurse station at Oak Ridge. The little X's, the notes about car colors, the hours logged in the margins. Red pickup, 9:15, blue Civic, 9:37. The way the words had sat on the page, slightly off-center, like the writer did not care about neatness, but cared very much about detail. The letters on this paper were the same hand. He had watched my car from a height once. He had written about it on a hospital wall. Now he had written about it again in front of my apartment door. The hallway was quiet. A faint draft moved along the ceiling, making a whisper in the vents. Somewhere far away in the building, a door closed with a muffled thud. I stood there with that note in my hand, feeling the weight of the upper floors above me, the stacked layers of apartments, the roof, the sky. From up here, there were higher places than the cul-de-sac now. 7. 1. Talking to the police. At some point, the line between "this is creepy" and "this is not my problem anymore" snaps. For me, it snapped standing in my kitchen, that note on the counter under a magnet like it was a grocery list. The photo lay next to it on my phone screen, my thumb hovering over it like I could smudge the pixels away. I kept hearing his sentence in my head, over and over in that rough drawl. Basement is a dead end. If he knew which stairwells we would take inside Oak Ridge, if he had maps of my car from the ridge, if he could find my apartment and stand close enough to my door to slide a note under it, then whatever game this was, I was already several moves behind. I printed the photo at work on my lunch break, watching the office copier spit out a grainy, slightly too dark version of the cul-de-sac. The machine clicked and whirred, smelling like hot toner and paper. I folded the printout once and slid it into a manila envelope with the note. Then I drove to the local police station. It sat on the edge of town near the DMV and a cluster of medical offices, a squat brick building with a small flag out front, and 3 spaces reserved for patrol cars. 2 of those spaces were empty when I pulled in. In the third, a cruiser sat idle, hood still warm, the faint tick-tick-tick of cooling engine just audible as I walked past. Inside, the lobby was exactly what you expect if you have ever watched a crime show on basic cable. Scuffed linoleum floors. Walls painted a shade of tan that did not exist in nature. A few plastic chairs lined up against the wall, one of them cracked and repaired with duct tape. A TV mounted in the corner played a news channel on low volume, some talking head covering a city council dispute in a town I had never been to. The air smelled like old coffee and paper, forms, printer ink, the faint tang of sweat buried under cheap cleaning supplies. A small counter with glass divided the public area from the back. A sign taped to the glass said, "Ring bell for assistance" in block letters. Somebody had drawn a little smiley face next to it that did not help. I pressed the button. Somewhere unseen, a buzzer croaked. Behind the glass, I could hear the station before I saw anyone. Phones ringing, a printer chattering, the staccato clack of someone hammering on a keyboard. A police scanner on a shelf murmured in a monotone. Plate numbers, street names, a call about a traffic stop on the other side of town. After a minute, a door opened and an officer stepped up to the glass. Late 30s, maybe. Short hair starting to thin at the temples. A navy uniform that had seen enough washes to look a shade lighter at the seams. He picked up a little wired handset on his side, and a speaker crackled to life on mine. "How can I help you?" he asked. I took a breath and heard how it shook. "I need to report somebody," I said. "I think. I do not know. Something." His eyes softened a touch, but he did not smile. "All right," he said. "Why do you not start with your name?" He got that down, the spelling of it, my address, my phone number. His fingers moved over the keyboard with practiced speed, the clack of the keys keeping time with my words. "Okay," he said. "What is going on?" I pulled the manila envelope out of my bag and slid it through the narrow slot at the bottom of the glass. It made a soft chef sound as it passed into his hand. "There is a guy," I said, "at an abandoned hospital out by the quarry. Oak Ridge Psychiatric. The words jammed up for a second. Saying it out loud made it sound thinner. "He has been watching people. He followed us. And now I think he knows where I live." The officer raised an eyebrow slightly at the word abandoned. but he did not interrupt. He opened the envelope, pulled out the photo and the note, and set them on the counter in front of him. He looked at the picture first. His eyes went from the cars to the streetlight to the edges of the image. He leaned closer, then sat back slightly. Then he picked up the paper with the handwriting. "Your car looks small from up here," he read aloud, more to himself than to me. He flipped the paper over, blank on the back. "How did you get these?" he asked. "Someone texted me the photo the night we went out there," I said. "No name. Then this showed up under my apartment door the next morning. And out there is Oak Ridge," he confirmed. "Yeah," I said. "Behind the storage units, the cul-de-sac." He sighed quietly through his nose, that subtle cop sound that says a headache is coming. His fingers resumed their dance over the keys, the report growing line by line. "All right," he said. "Let us slow this down a bit. You said we. Who is we?" I learned very quickly how small a room a story can shrink into. I told him about Riley, about the app, about the dead malls and abandoned places line in her bio, about how she had taken me out there at night through the field and into the basement. He did not interrupt until I mentioned the psych ward. "You were inside the structure?" he asked. "Yes." "Past any fencing? Past any signage that said no trespassing?" "Yes." He nodded once, tapped something on the screen. I noticed the slight tightening at the corner of his jaw. "Okay," he said. "Go on." I described the basement, the hand on the stairwell door, the eye in the rooftop crack, the man behind the glass in the psych ward, the footsteps, the way he had said Riley's name in the stairwell, the phrase, "this time," echoing down after us. As I spoke, the station moved around us. A second officer walked through behind him, coffee in one hand, a stack of papers in the other. A phone rang twice, then was picked up and answered in that same practiced tone. The printer spat out a page with a mechanical whine. From the scanner, a flat voice read a plate number, a color, a location. "Blue Toyota, eastbound on 19, no wants, no warrants." The ordinary noise of enforcement wrapped itself around a story that sounded less and less ordinary every time I told it. "So this guy never physically attacked you," the officer said when I finished. "Never brandished a weapon, never touched you." "He tried to keep the stairwell door from closing," I said. "I hit him. He said something. But he did not grab you, did not pull you, did not lay hands on you," the officer said. "He was not arguing, just sorting details into columns. And once you left the property?" "There was the photo," I said. I tapped the glass above the printout. "And the note." He drummed his fingers once on the desk, a short, dry sound. "Okay," he said. "Here's the thing." He leaned slightly closer to the glass. Behind him, the TV in the corner played footage of some other town's crime scene, yellow tape and flashing lights on mute. "Oak Ridge is not in our city limits," he said. "It is in the township's jurisdiction. That is county and township's baby. We do not patrol that area unless we are called in for something really specific." "But it is right there," I said. 20 minutes. People go out there all the time." "We know," he said. "We get calls, mostly from folks like you who go in there when they are not supposed to, and then find out abandoned places are actually creepy." He said it without malice, but my cheeks still warmed. "Township has been trying to figure out what to do with that property for years," he went on. "It is expensive to tear down. It is expensive to rehab. It is expensive to keep people out. They put up fencing, kids cut through it. They post it, people ignore the signs. We have had some reports of squatters, some teenage parties, graffiti, that kind of thing. Any reports of him? I asked. Descriptions vary, he said. You would be surprised how many different ways people can describe a guy in a hoodie when they are spooked. No one has been physically harmed out there as far as we know. No assaults on record, no bodies. Evan's name stuck in my throat. I swallowed it. So what about this? I asked, nodding at the note. He came to my apartment. He knows where I park. We are going to keep this, he said, tapping the paper with one finger. We will log it. I am going to enter a report for suspicious activity, stalking concerns. We can have someone take a look around your complex. Make a note to roll by a little more often for the next few days. Do you feel like you are in immediate danger right this second? I thought about the knock on my door, the smell of basement in the hallway, the way the handwriting on that note matched the handwriting on the Oak Ridge map. I do not know, I said. I do not see him, but that does not mean he is not there. He nodded once, like he had heard that sentence in different shapes many times before. What I would recommend, he said, is a couple of things on your end. Change your phone number, easy enough. Call your carrier, tell them you had an incident. Also think about getting one of those video doorbells. They are not perfect, but they give you eyes. If somebody comes by your apartment again, at least we will have something more than a note. His tone shifted slightly, from official to almost apologetic. I am not saying this is nothing, he added. I am just saying, legally, until he directly threatens you or puts hands on you, our options are limited. Trespassing, loitering, that kind of thing. We can handle those if we catch him in the act. But I cannot send a unit to sit on your building all night based on one weird guy in an abandoned hospital and a creepy message about your car. Behind him, the scanner crackled. Units be advised, disturbance at Pine and 3rd, male yelling in the street, possible intox. There was always something more immediate, something louder. So that is it? I asked. You just note it down? He glanced at the monitor, then back at me. We note it down, he said. We keep your information on file. You see him again, you call 911, not just your friend. You get more messages, you save them. You get video, you keep it. And maybe, he added, you skip the urban exploring for a while. Leave Oak Ridge to the township and the raccoons. He slid a small card through the slot. Non-emergency number, his name, his badge. The paper with my car on it stayed on his side of the glass, half in shadow from the fluorescent light overhead. I walked back out into the bright morning with a piece of cardstock in my pocket and the hollow reassurance of bureaucracy in my ears. Inside, the station went back to its rhythms. Keys clacking, phones ringing, radios crackling. The systems that were supposed to watch over the town hummed and blinked and logged and filed. Somewhere outside their jurisdiction, a man in a black hoodie stood at a high window in a dead building and watched my small car pull out of the lot, confident that as long as he stayed just far enough away, no one with a scanner or a badge was coming to look for him at all. 7-2. The last time I saw the building, I left the station with the officer's card in my pocket and a headache starting behind my eyes. The sun had climbed higher while I was inside, turning the parking lot into a flat sheet of light broken only by the dark hoods of the patrol cars. I sat in my Civic for a minute, hands on the wheel, the engine idling. The radio was still tuned to the same news station as the night I took Riley home. They were talking about budget shortfalls now, about cuts to various departments, public works, parks, and recreation. Nothing about abandoned hospitals, nothing about men who wrote notes and watched third-floor walk-ups from a distance. I should have turned left out of the lot, back toward my apartment complex and its humming fridge and thin walls. That is what a sensible person would have done. I did not turn left. Somewhere between the station exit and the intersection, my hands went right instead, almost on their own. The turn signal clicked, tick, tick, tick. I checked the mirror out of habit, and then I was rolling toward the on-ramp for Route 12. It was not a decision so much as a drift, like a car getting pulled by the grooves in worn pavement. Curiosity and fear leaned the same way for once. The rational part of me knew there was nothing to gain by going back. Not really. The rest of me wanted to see, in the harsh honesty of daylight, whether Oak Ridge still looked like something a person could walk away from. The highway bled out ahead of me in long gray lanes, the midday traffic thicker than it was at night. Semi-trucks roared past in the left lane, their trailers shuddering with the wind they dragged behind them. Compact cars tucked in and out of gaps. The sky was clear, a sharp blue that made the bare tops of the trees along the shoulders stand out like spines. I drove the same 20 minutes I had driven that first night with Riley, only this time the world was visible. The strip malls we had passed in the dark were exposed now. Dollar Tree sign with a flickering O, a vape shop with posters peeling in its windows, a nail salon with sun-faded pictures of hands taped crookedly to the glass. The quarry beyond the tree line was a white-gray wound in the earth, the ledges clearly cut, machinery parked in still clusters. I did not take the little side road that fed down to the storage units and the cul-de-sac. Instead, I pulled off one exit sooner, into a half-empty lot belonging to some shuttered garden center. The faded sign out front still promised mulch sale in cracked red letters. From there, Oak Ridge was visible in the distance, sitting on its low rise near the quarry like a bad memory someone had tried to forget by looking away. I killed the engine, rolled the window down halfway, and just looked at it for a minute. In daylight, Oak Ridge was almost disappointingly ordinary. The building sprawled across the top of the ridge in a long, low series of wings, 5 stories at its highest point, tapering down toward the old loading docks. The brick had once been red, but decades of sun and weather had bleached it to a tired brown. Vines crawled up parts of the facade, dead in places, green in others. Depending on which walls still caught rain. Most of the windows were broken, their panes either missing completely or patched with plywood that had gone gray with age. A few still had intact glass, catching the sky in fractured reflection. The big metal letters over the main entrance, Oak Ridge Psychiatric Center, were even more illegible by day than at night. From where I sat, only Ridge stood out clearly. The rest might as well have belonged to another language. The parking lot around it was cracked and overgrown, tufts of dry grass sprouting from every fracture in the asphalt. The faint remnants of painted white lines still ghosted through the weeds, demarcations for cars that would never park there again. There was no sign of people, no patrol car idling at the entrance, no fresh police tape crisscrossing doors, no new fencing. Just the same sagging chain link around parts of the property, half collapsed in others, leaning like tired bones where someone had cut through and bent it back. A pair of crows perched on the roof near the old industrial vents, their black bodies stark against the pale brick. One lifted off, flapped lazily across to another section, and settled again. From this distance in full sun, Oak Ridge looked less like a haunted set piece and more like what it really was, a condemned structure that had somehow outlived the will to deal with it. The only thing that kept me from writing it off as just an eyesore was the envelope on the passenger seat with my name in the officer's handwriting and the note they now had a copy of in some file. I dug in the center console and pulled out the small pair of binoculars I kept there for ball games and birdwatching in less stressful times. The plastic felt cheap and warm from sitting in the car. I rolled the window down the rest of the way, raised the binoculars, and aimed them at the building. The lenses snapped the hospital closer in an instant, flattening the distance to something that felt like a lie. The textured brick turned sharp and detailed. I could see the cracks like capillaries running between the mortar. I started on the 4th floor, the level I remembered from the psych ward. I moved slowly from left to right, panning across banks of windows. Most of them were empty, just dark rectangles, some with jagged glass still clinging to the frames, others boarded up. Through a few, I could see the edge of a curtain left to rot, or a fluorescent light fixture hanging at an angle. There was something weirdly intimate about it. Looking into rooms that had once held beds and charts and people, and now held nothing but dust and the occasional opportunistic pigeon. I kept scanning. At one window near the middle of the long 4th floor stretch, the light inside caught on something metallic. I tightened the focus, turning the little wheel between the lenses until the blur sharpened. In the right-hand pane, pushed up against the glass, was something. It was round, black or dark gray, about the size of a soup can. A section of it glinted in the sun in a way that looked familiar, like glass catching light. It could have been trash. A piece of pipe capped with a bottle end, a homemade telescope, a camcorder from the 90s on a stack of boxes. Whatever it was angled directly out toward the road, toward the direction of the storage units and the cul-de-sac and, now, this parking lot. A lens. The word settled into my mind with a weight I did not like. I adjusted again, squinting. Tape wrapped around the middle of it, dark bands holding something together. The kind of construction you get when someone cares very much about function and not at all about form. My arms started to ache from holding the binoculars up, but I did not lower them. I moved the view one window to the left, empty, one to the right, boarded up. Then, 3 windows over, my view clipped across another opening and, for just 1 or 2 seconds, someone crossed in front of it. It was quick, a shape moving sideways through the narrow slice of visible space from left to right. Dark hood up, shoulders slightly hunched. A hat or beanie pulled low under the hood, brim shadowing the upper part of the head. There was no face. By the time the figure reached the center of the window, it had already passed enough that only the back half was in frame. One more step and it was gone, swallowed by the wall on the other side. It did not feel like an accident. The movement was not the casual, unthinking shuffle of someone pacing. It had that quality I recognized from seeing animals in the woods stop just inside the tree line, aware of the open, aware of the sight line. The binoculars must have flashed in the sunlight, the same way his lens had, the same way that rooftop door had known exactly when to close. I lowered the glass, blinked hard, then raised it again, zeroing back in on that same window. Nothing. I checked the one with the makeshift lens again. Still there, still pointed outward. I swept slowly across the 5th floor, then the 3rd, my mouth dry, the cheap plastic of the binoculars slick under my fingers. No other movement. No faces pressed to the glass, no hands tapping. From where I sat, Oak Ridge was completely still. Cars slid past on Route 12 behind me, tires hissing on the pavement. The wind moved over the ridge, rustling through the weeds in the old parking lot and whistling faintly through the broken windows. A loose piece of metal roofing somewhere clattered once, then settled. There was no sign of the township, no surveyors, no demo crews, no new boards over doors. Just the building and whatever lived in its height, staring out through whatever homemade lenses men like him build when the official ones forget places like this exist. I thought, suddenly, of the note left at my door. Your car looks small from up here. From up here, the cul-de-sac had been a diagram. My Civic just another box in a line. From up here, my third-floor balcony would look the same way. A squared-off patch of concrete in a grid of dozens, each one reachable with enough time and enough patience. I could feel the weight of the building's empty rooms pressing behind those few occupied ones. All that unused height towering over the road. No badge, no scanner, no budget meeting was going to change the fact that as long as the structure stood, so did the vantage points it offered. I put the binoculars down on the passenger seat and stared at Oak Ridge with my naked eyes. At this distance, it blurred back into just a shape, ugly, yes, but dull. The kind of thing you could drive past 100 times and eventually stop seeing. He had no reason to know I was here. I had no proof he had seen my little detour off the highway. No text buzzing my phone to say nice binoculars or enjoy the view. But as I sat in that half-abandoned lot, watching the building that the police, the township, and everyone else had essentially written off, I could not shake the feeling that somewhere behind one of those black windows, in front of one of those homemade lenses, someone was watching me make the same mistake I had already made once. Coming close enough that up here and down there were only ever going to belong to him. 7.3. For whoever parks under the high windows. Right now, I am sitting at my little dining table with my laptop open, trying to decide if I am crazy or just finally tired of pretending none of this happened. The fridge behind me is humming in that lazy, off and on way it always does. The AC is on low, pushing a thin stream of cool air through the vent above the TV, making the blinds on the balcony door tremble just enough to catch my eye every now and then. Somewhere down in the parking lot, a car just locked. Two sharp beep-beep chirps rising up through the concrete like they always do. Another door shuts, heavier this time, maybe one of the bigger trucks. I can picture it without looking. Someone in their 30s or 40s, same tired lean to their shoulders as they walk toward the building, same distracted glance at their phone when they hit the stairs. The apartment smells like reheated frozen pizza and coffee that has been sitting too long on the warmer. I should be running the dishwasher or folding laundry. Instead, I am typing this into an email addressed to a horror channel. I know how that sounds. I also know you probably get a lot of fake stories. I have seen the comments under some of your videos, people arguing about what really happened, who made what up, who is just chasing attention. I do not need you to believe me. What I need is for this to exist somewhere outside my head. Somewhere that is not just a police report in a drawer or a photo on a dead phone. Because whether Evan's disappearance is officially tied to Oak Ridge or not, whether the township ever decides to tear that building down, there is still at least one man who has stood in its high windows and watched the cars of strangers like mine pull into his little cul-de-sac. And now, unless I am completely wrong, he has stood close enough to my front door to slide a note under it. So this is for whoever ends up listening to this at 2 a.m, on their phone, in bed, in a car, at a night shift desk somewhere. The ones who know what a dead mall parking lot feels like at midnight, or the backside of a strip mall where the dumpsters are, or the empty edge of a storage unit row with one busted streetlight. If you happen to live in a town with an abandoned hospital clinging to the outskirts like a bad habit, this is especially for you. I am not telling you this to make you swear off exploring. I get it. the pull is real. There is a thrill in stepping through a broken door into a place the rest of the world has decided not to see anymore. A cheap kind of time travel, a way to feel like you are touching something that used to matter. I'm not even trying to give you some grand public safety message. The police were polite. They took my note. They printed a report and told me to buy a video doorbell and change my number. No Amber Alerts went out. No cruisers screamed up to Oak Ridge. As far as the system is concerned, this is just a weird story with no clean line between trespassing and crime. I am writing this because there are some people who do not need the dark to be dangerous. All they need is height, time, and a place where no one official is looking anymore. If your idea of a different date is a rooftop view over a building that no one is supposed to be in, just remember that roofs and fourth-floor hallways work both ways. You get the view down, someone else gets the view up. And sometimes the guy looking up is not a cop, not a night security guard, not a bored township maintenance worker. Sometimes he is just someone who picked a place and decided it was his. Someone who has nothing better to do than keep notes. You might not see him when you park by the no outlet sign behind the storage units. You might not see him when you walk across the field, thinking the loudest thing out there is the wind. But he might see you. He might see your car color, the dent on your bumper, the way you walk when you are trying to act cooler than you feel. He might stand at a high window behind a makeshift lens and watch the exact moment you turn your headlights off. He might watch you on a different night, standing on your apartment balcony with your phone, thinking you are alone. I am not saying every old building has one of him. That would be dramatic. I'm saying some of them do, and the way we ignore those places makes it easier for those men to become part of the walls. Earlier tonight, while I have been typing this, my apartment has gone through its usual shifts in sound. The upstairs neighbor walked from their kitchen to their bedroom, their footsteps knocking faintly along my ceiling. Someone ran water through the pipes, the plumbing stack making that low, hollow noise like a throat clearing. The fridge did that thing where it shudders, then hums. The AC blower kicked a little harder, then eased. From the lot, I heard another lock chirp, another engine turning over. These are the noises I have built my routine around, the ones I used to find comforting, the anonymous life support of a building full of people who will never know each other's names. But there is something I started noticing after Oak Ridge that I cannot unhear now. Every building, whether it is a hospital on a ridge or a third-floor walk-up over a Walmart lot, has a second of silence. A moment where, for no obvious reason, everything that hums and buzzes and grinds just stops. Not permanently, not dramatically, just for a breath. The fridge finishes a cycle. The AC pauses before kicking over to the next. The upstairs TV goes to commercial and someone mutes it. The elevator sits still between calls. All the individual noises drop out at once, like a conductor lowered their hand. It happened while I was writing this. 1 second, the apartment was full of light mechanical noise. The fridge, the vent, the faint rumble of someone's laundry machine down the hall. My fingers were tapping over the keys. My brain was half in the memory of a stairwell and half in the present. Then, without warning, everything cut out. The fridge stopped humming. The AC clicked off. The upstairs neighbor went still. No elevator dinged, no car beeped outside. All at once, the apartment's soundscape collapsed into a pure, hollow quiet, so sharp I could hear my own pulse in my ears. It could not have lasted more than a second, 2 at most. In that second, I heard something that did not belong to the building. A single heavy footstep in the hallway outside my front door. Not a full walk, just one step, a downward placement of weight. Carpeted, but definite. Then nothing. The fridge kicked back on like it had never stopped. The AC sighed into life again. Somewhere, a toilet flushed. A car outside chirped. The moment sealed itself over like it had never been open. I got up, even though I knew what I would find, and went to the door. My eye at the peephole showed me the same endless strip of off-white wall and gray carpet, washed in fluorescent light. No one there. I stood there longer than I needed to. Long enough for my eye to water and for the edge of the peephole to dig into my skin. I backed away slowly, half expecting another soft tap, tap, tap to answer my retreat. None came. Back at the table, my laptop screen had dimmed itself, my half-finished sentence blinking on the cursor. I jiggled the touchpad, brought the light back, and reached for my phone to check the time, to check for any new messages I had missed while staring at an empty hall. The notification screen showed one new text, a number I did not recognize, different from the one that sent the cul-de-sac photo, different from the one that had been thriving in my nightmares for a week. No attachment preview, just a line of text. I opened it. Your balcony door lock is loose. No period, no name, just that. I have not checked yet. I have not walked over to the slider to see if the lock is actually loose, or if this is just another way to make the walls of this place feel thinner than they already are. By the time you are listening to this, maybe I will have checked. Maybe I will have called the non-emergency number again and given them another note, another screenshot, another weird scrap that does not fit neatly into a chargeable offense. Or maybe I will just have added one more small ritual to the end of my nights, testing the lock on the balcony door twice instead of once, knowing that somewhere, at some point, someone was close enough to see me forget. So here is the part that actually concerns you, the person hearing this, who might be parked right now in some half-empty lot while you listen, engine ticking as it cools. Next time you pull into a quiet corner under a tall building, a hospital that is supposed to be empty, an old office tower, an apartment block whose top floors you have never seen lit, look up. Not for ghosts in the windows, not for faces pressed to the glass. Ask yourself a simpler question. How many high windows can see the exact spot where you just parked? And how many of the people behind those windows, if there are people at all, would rather the police never have a reason to look up and notice them?